Bloomberg and Bloomberg Philanthropies are two sides of the same coin. So when you work for or with Bloomberg, you're doing a whole lot of good. Learn more about our good work at Bloomberg.org. Nearly all profits from Bloomberg LP go to Bloomberg Philanthropies, which is dedicated to saving and improving lives around the world. Every Bloomberg employee in every one of our offices makes that work possible. What other company gives you the chance to do so much good for the world? Most of our profits don't go to shareholders. They go to reducing disease and injuries, cleaning our air and water, giving students a better education, supporting the arts and artists, investing in the communities where our teams live and work, and helping cities solve their toughest challenges. Scale is critical. Measurability is critical, and results are paramount. Bloomberg and Bloomberg Philanthropies are two sides of the same coin. So when you work for or with Bloomberg, you're doing a whole lot of good. Learn more about our good work at Bloomberg.org.
Namaste. Many greetings to you. Today, I have the honor of inviting Mr. Govind Mohan, Secretary Culture, Government of India, and the motive force behind this summit, to deliver the special plenary address. Mr. Mohan is an Indian Administrative Service Officer of 1989 batch and Sikkim cadre. Mr. Mohan trained as an electrical engineer from Indian Institute of Technology, Banaras Hindu University, Varanasi, and further went on to study management at the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. Mr. Mohan has held many important assignments in Government of India. He has served as Joint Secretary and Additional Secretary in Ministry of Finance, Cabinet Secretariat, and Ministry of Home Affairs, including a stint as Minister Economic at Indian Embassy in Washington, D.C., before joining his current role as Secretary Culture. Mr. Mohan has breathed a new life into Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the flagship program of Government of India to commemorate and celebrate 75 years of our independence, of progressive India, and the glorious history of its people, culture, and achievements. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Joint Secretary Lily Pandey. Namaste to all our guests, Honorable Minister for Culture, colleagues, President ICOM, Mr. Alberto Garlandini, DG ICROM, Dr. Weber Nidoro, luminaries of the museum world, acclaimed museumologists and museum professionals, the 3,000 plus delegates from India and abroad, Bloomberg, our summit partners, museum lovers, and friends. I'm delighted to be in your midst at this global summit on reimagining museums in India, brought to you by the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, under the aegis of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the flagship program of Government of India to commemorate 75 years of our independence. Museums, ladies and gentlemen, are repositories of our tangible heritage. Collections inspire national pride and acquaint citizens with their interconnected histories. Museums are not only some of the most effective repositories of culture, they're also amongst the most powerful educators in the promotion of awareness and experience of the great Indian heritage. In an era of globalization, museums explore, uphold, and project specificities of local and national cultures. In recent times, creative ways of curation, innovative programming, lectures, workshops, and new modalities of interpretation have made museums more accessible, along with preserving, protecting, and perpetuating our shared heritage. In a sense, the museum space represents the past, the present, and the future within the same frame, the glorious history, culture, and artistic achievements of the yesteryears, and our passage to a brighter tomorrow. Museums today are more crucial than ever before, as visual communication has become intrinsic to the younger generation. As this nation celebrates the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav with a view to commemorate its 75 years of progressive India and the glorious history of its people, culture, and achievements, the time to rethink the functioning of museums becomes even more pertinent. In this national reawakening, where 1.3 billion Indians, especially the young, rediscover their evolutionary journey and socio-cultural identity, museums will play a significant role in showcasing this cultural heritage. Through this summit, the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, aims to initiate a dialogue to understand the best approach for developing India's museums, forging strategic partnerships between Indian and international institutions, and drawing a master plan for renewal of Indian museums to make them truly world-class. At the end of this conference, we aim to come up with a standard operating procedure for developing the finest museums worldwide. Let me now turn to our vision for museums. The establishment of museums and their role in developing the cultural landscape of India has had a relatively short history as compared to many other parts of the world. Museums are no longer seen as just institutions to preserve, conserve, and collect objects of artistic, cultural, historical, or scientific importance. The relevance of museums in the contemporary and its nature and function has seen a dynamic shift, one that influences the socio-economic, political, cultural development of national, subnational, and regional identities and the individuals and persons living in the country at various levels of governance. The Honorable Prime Minister of India articulated a national vision to reinvent, rebrand, renovate, and rehouse. These are the 4 R's. So the 4 R's of India's art and cultural heritage, which is in keeping with the ethos of the 21st century and which adds value to the unique identity of a new emerging India in the Comity of Nations. In the themes of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, the sub-themes of Ideas at 75 and Resolve at 75, and the overarching message of rejuvenation of museums and cultural spaces will continue to play a critical role in the task of nation building and discharging responsibilities towards character building of our citizens in the 21st century. Again, taking forward the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister of the 2 T's, tradition and tourism, for India, the potential for this development in the museum space is vast and waiting to be unlocked. Evidence from economically advanced cities suggests that the culture sector, and specifically museums and cultural spaces and establishments, constitutes one of the largest and ever-expanding segments of the national economy. Specialists and planners both have highlighted the need for investment in culture as a national policy, as it is done for education, health, or infrastructure. This message has been internalized within the Ministry of Culture, and we are well on our way to developing a national culture policy. With the right growth impetus through policy and markets, the expansion of the museum landscape in India will lead to an exponential increase in income generation and job creation. And culture in general, and museums specifically, will become a major driver of economic growth. In the past, the role of our ministry, that is the Ministry of Culture, in promoting museums has been mostly restricted to providing financial assistance through two schemes. One is the Museum Grant Scheme, and the second is the Scheme for Promotion of the Culture of Science. We want to go beyond this now with a renewed mandate of modernization, upgradation, and establishment of new museums. We aim to bring our institutions closer to international standards of museology, which are relevant for the 21st century. Broadly, the areas that need renewed attention is the management of museums with higher standards of professionalism and best practices, education and audience engagement, development of capacity and skills, and the sustainable growth of museums. Revamping and developing new museums requires professional expertise, multidisciplinary skill sets, specialists from the fields of as diverse as can be possible, which is the fields of archaeology, museology, history, design, restoration, conservation, architecture, information technology, management, finance, and the various other industries supporting the setting up and running of museums will be brought together in a synergistic whole. At this juncture, it would suffice to facilitate strategic partnerships and collaborations, develop capacities for heritage professionals, and develop an ecosystem for a robust network of stakeholders to engage in this sector. In the new normal ushered in by COVID-19, the digital, as we all know, has emerged as the most important space for engagement in the museum sector. The use of digital technology to enhance user experience is, however, not limited to just artificial reality or virtual reality, AR and VR, but it is to widen public access through modernization and digitization of collections and exhibitions. Recent immersive art exhibitions of Van Gogh and Yayoi Kusama have opened tremendous success in opening the museum space to a new demographic. Closer home, we have seen extensive use of technology for enhanced user experience and engagement in our National Museum in Delhi and advanced projection mapping at the Victoria Memorial Hall, Kolkata, as also the National Gallery of Modern Arts, New Delhi. Although India has a vast number of museums, they have so far received limited attention from international or even domestic tourists, educational entities, or private stakeholders. We feel that there is an urgent need to significantly improve the visibility of these spaces through marketing and outreach initiatives to attract visitors, increase both public and private investment, improve livelihoods, generate employment, and ideally ensure longevity and sustainability for museums. Museums in India today need to create a sustainable future by taking care of their core assets and collections, but by also ensuring that the museum continues to be relevant and valuable to future generations. Such questions necessitate some critical discussion and decisions at this juncture, and this is basically the philosophy behind our holding this international conference, which has engaged so many of you and give us absolutely valuable inputs for development of museums in India. To conclude, I envision this summit to be a space for knowledge sharing, to devise a blueprint for development of new museums, nurture a renewal framework, and reinvigorate existing museums in India. The Reimagining Museums in India Summit expects to illustrate and discuss best practices from India and abroad, which can create conditions that will integrate the global museum community with some of India's most significant culture institutions and museum spaces. As we forge and foster long-lasting partnerships, this summit provides a timely platform for the exchange of ideas and practices, an opportunity to form bonds that go beyond the realm of this summit, nurture diplomatic relations, and design bilateral programs. We value partnership with Bloomberg. Bloomberg Philanthropies invests in 941 cities and 173 countries around the world to ensure better, longer lives for the greatest number of people. The organization focuses on 5 key areas for creating lasting change: arts, education, environment, government, innovation, and public health. I envisage that in 2022, which marks the 75th year of India's independence, will see immense growth and development of the museum sector in India. We want to make museums in India at par with the best in the world, inclusive and accessible to one and all. This summit, ladies and gentlemen, is the first of many in the series of a continued, sustained dialogue. We wish to hold international roundtables, curate traveling international exhibitions, hold hackathons to involve the younger generations, and many other stakeholder initiatives which will spread the word of museums through India and involve as many people as possible. Organized in a short period of time, this summit has come together with the right intent and at the right time. Our outreach efforts, both domestic and international, have garnered diverse audiences. I have personally received many emails and calls from those who wanted to be a part of this first of its kind initiative by the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Ministry of Culture is pleased to have some of the most notable and eminent scholars in the field of museology and museography to grace this summit, and I extend a hearty welcome to each one of them. Over 25 speakers, highly regarded and recognized globally in their fields, have graciously agreed to share their knowledge and guide this initiative. I look forward, on behalf of my ministry, to engage and hold insightful and productive sessions with all these experts, and together create a renewed path for our museums and their management. It is said that there is nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come. Reimagining museums in India is indeed such an idea. And with that, I conclude my address. And I, at the end, would also like to congratulate my team, Joint Secretary Lily Pandey, our Director Abhishek, who have taken enormous interest in the organization of this conference. I would now turn to introduce Mr. Michael Bloomberg. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Michael Bloomberg to this global summit. Mr. Bloomberg needs no introduction. He is a 3-term mayor of New York City, founder of Bloomberg LP, the world's largest financial data and technology company, and now UN Secretary General's Special Envoy for Climate Ambition and Solutions. Through Bloomberg Philanthropies, Mr. Michael Bloomberg is bringing about positive change across key areas of public health, arts and culture, the environment, education, and government innovation, not only in the country where he stays, but in countries across the world, in countries globally. Michael Bloomberg has a very close connection with museums. Located beneath Bloomberg's European headquarters is the London Mithraeum Bloomberg Space, a free cultural destination that showcases the reconstructed Temple of Mithras. With more than 600 remarkable Roman artifacts uncovered during recent excavations, it is the first known reference to London and the earliest handwritten document in Britain. We are happy to have Bloomberg as our summit partner, and we look forward to working closely with them on the idea of reimagining museum experience in India. Here is Michael Bloomberg addressing all of you. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Mohan, for those kind words. And I want to congratulate Prime Minister Modi and Minister of Culture G. Kishan Reddy for their focus on reimagining museums in India. There's no better time to do it, with the country getting ready to celebrate 75 years of independence. I'm glad to say that Bloomberg Philanthropies is supporting the Indian government as it convenes this conference. We are big believers in the idea that art and culture help cities and countries build stronger economies and create stronger communities. Our new building in London is a great example of that. In designing the building, we wanted to respect London's architectural traditions and create new cultural and educational opportunities for the public to enjoy. Museums can also be a force for healing, something we have seen in New York City. After the terrorist attacks of September 11, 2001, we built a beautiful and moving memorial and museum where people reflect, learn, and remember. At Bloomberg, we're glad to support arts and culture all around the world, including through the Bloomberg Connects mobile phone app. The app helps museum visitors have a more in-depth, enriching, and enjoyable experience. We're glad to support your efforts, and I hope that on my next visit to India, I get a chance to see the results of your work firsthand. Thank you, and all the best.
Everyone, welcome back to the Reimagining Museums in India Global Summit. Today we have two more sessions. Our first session, I'll just introduce the speakers and get the session started. The first session is going to be on collections, which includes curation and conservation practices. The two aspects we will deal with extensively in the first session now this afternoon is the best practices on storage, display, conservation, and related issues, as well as the best practices in curating collections and galleries. Now, to kick off the first session, our first keynote speaker is Kishwar Desai. Kishwar Desai is an award-winning author and playwright. She is the chair of the Arts and Cultural Heritage Trust, which has been working towards preserving India's heritage and history, and both in India and abroad. The trust set up the world's first Partition museum in Amritsar in 2017 to commemorate the 70th year of India's independence. The museum has won several awards and has had extensive international and national coverage. It is a people's museum created through their widespread support and donations. The second museum on Partition has been set up in 2 trams in Kolkata, and the third one now is coming up at Dara Shikob Library Building in Old Delhi to commemorate the 75th year of India's independence. The trust is also creating a cultural hub at the venue in Old Delhi. In 2015, Kishwar Desai helped to set up the Mahatma Gandhi statue at Westminster outside the UK Parliament after raising money for it in India and abroad. Kishwar worked in television as an anchor and producer for over 20 years before becoming a writer. At present, she is working on a book on the Partition as well as one on colonial history and the freedom struggle. Over to you, Kishwar, to give the first keynote address of the afternoon.
Namaste, and thank you, Vinod Daniel, for inviting me today to give the keynote address on reimagining museums in India. I sincerely thank the Ministry of Culture, Bloomberg, and other partners who have joined hands to create this very essential global summit. We are at a very interesting point in history where the entire world has united against a common enemy, COVID, and emerged with huge learnings. But while the world may be recovering from the pandemic, we in the cultural sector will all take a very long time to recover from the devastation which has taken place. While we see the beginning of an economic and social recovery in many parts of the world, the recovery of the arts and cultural sector has been lagging behind. This makes a summit like this even more urgent and imperative. Basically, the cultural sector is not something which develops in isolation, nor can it thrive without interaction or even without an audience. Spaces like museums particularly need footfalls and revenue-generating activity. They also need funding from well-meaning organizations and philanthropists or even the government. As someone who, along with other well-wishers, set up the Partition Museum in Amritsar and are working on another one in Delhi alongside 2 other museums, all through public donations, I can humbly submit that there is no greater creative energy that can push a cultural activity than when a whole community believes in it. And unfortunately, at this time, it is very difficult for any museum to get the kind of support they got before the pandemic. It's a very, very tough time. But COVID impacted all museums internationally. The Louvre, which has consistently seen millions of visitors and is in the top 10 most visited museums in the world, saw a drop of 72% of its visitors, but it got almost 10 times more visitors online. To go digital is one of the strategies to reimagine museums, but it cannot be the only one. Because if everyone goes digital and only promotes that, what will happen to the billions of objects which will languish in empty rooms? Not all of them can be digitized or put online. In India, the situation has been challenging for museums, particularly during the lockdown. And we saw this personally at the Partition Museum, which on good days could attract up to 2,000 visitors daily. And it had welcomed more than 4 lakh visitors in the past 4 years, including the brief periods when lockdown was lifted. But now with social distancing and other restrictions of frequent sanitization, wearing masks, etc., we have had to ration the visitors and request them to enter in smaller groups so that there was no overcrowding in the galleries. School children who could visit the museum and learn about their history, much of which had been witnessed by their grandparents, could no longer come by the busloads as they used to, and neither could tourists from India and abroad. The museum spaces thus everywhere became quieter and less visited. Incidentally, the word museum is from a Greek word which meant seat of the muses. So originally, this was meant to be a place for philosophical contemplation. The use of these spaces for collections, both private and public, emerged later. And now I feel that we might be returning to that silence and contemplation as museums, as these institutions were meant to be. As institutions have been forced to ration their visitors and people are taking their time to visit spaces where crowds used to gather once upon a time. So how can we make this very challenging situation and turn it around, this crisis, into an opportunity? Or are we going to return to the same pattern of museums that we had before? It seems unlikely. Yes, of course, those museums that have very, very large collections can afford to not diversify too much because they would basically not be able to then represent all their collections outside. However, all museums face the same challenge of attracting visitors, so they have to do some reinvention. So the big question is, how should Indian museums approach this challenge in both the universe and the metaverse? What space should Indian museums occupy and how should they evolve? The only bit of encouraging news here is that many of the world's greatest museums have suffered equally. As we just mentioned, it is therefore an excellent time for Indian museums to create a fresh identity, reinvent, and emerge as a global player, because this platform has now become very flat. All people all working in the museum spaces have been equally impacted. But Indian museums have to therefore be much more agile than the competition, which is vast and much more experienced in the fight to dominate the international cultural space. Indian museums need to be much more aggressive about their phenomenal collections and displays, both in India and abroad. And in this matter, going digital is very, very helpful. We, in fact, in the past have been quite timid in pushing forward our collections, and this needs to change. The soft power of the museums have not been fully explored and needs to be escalated. Collections, therefore, have remained mostly static, and only occasionally is a fresh collection unveiled internationally. Instead, they should be national and international programs of traveling museums and collections, both digital and physical, every year. So we have to examine the strategy that will push Indian museums into the top 10 of those most visited in the world. It will obviously have to be twofold. The digital presence will have to be strong, as well as the physical presence. So, as in the case of the Louvre, while the physical footfall declined, the digital footfall has grown dramatically. At the same time, physical museums also have to grow with fresh ideas for thematic display, so that they continue to attract a diverse and younger generation. The generation that can spread the word on the internet, on Instagram, on Twitter, etc. This means that the museum team itself will also have to change. They will have to be young enough to be familiar with technology and also to be able to generate fresh ideas of how to present narratives. Managerial skills with young dynamic people with MBAs are needed now to run these museums. This is what we had done in Amritsar, and believe me, it works. Apart from youthful energy, museums must have a strong and compelling story that they narrate, and this can be through a collection, a single object, or even a theme. The narrative must evoke curiosity and encourage visitors to explore more. Today, the world looks forward to stories and storytelling. We again discovered this when we set up the Partition Museum in Amritsar. It attracted attention from all over the world because people love stories. And we had hundreds of oral histories inside the museum. The memories were tangible and intangible both, because the objects that the partition survivors and their families donated had their own specific narratives. So by making it into a people's museum, even though we had the historical narrative of the partition also running alongside, we were able to give a strong identity and character and a theme to the museum. Particularly, the Partition Museum coming up now at the Dara Shikoh Library in Old Delhi. In it also, we are narrating the story of the impact of the partition on the city of Delhi. So it is very specific and niche. Thus, we have eyewitness accounts of those who migrated into the city, those who did not leave at all, and this could be people from all communities, Hindus, Muslims, all communities in fact, and those who left. Thus, this becomes a focused museum and allows us to examine the changes in the city when a calamity of this magnitude befalls it. But these narratives are told by those who experienced it. What happens when the material is too historical and too old to have people who could talk about it? That is where we require modern interventions, which could be historians talking about it, or even storytellers or actors, or a recreation which could push forward the narrative. Special events could be held around the display or even one object so that it becomes real for the viewer. Museums are now competing with other spaces as places where people go to spend their day, to learn something, but also in a way to be entertained and to learn while enjoying themselves. This is the important part of it. All over the world, actually now, we are noticing the popularity of smaller single-themed museums and exhibitions. Whether these evolve around a personality or a period in history, these give sharper insights than an enormous and a diverse collection. As attention spans fall, and we all know that, it is time that in India we took a closer look at creating smaller, more niche museums. However, these museums should be non-static. They should be high energy, dynamic, moving, or at least parts of it should be in motion. The new generation of museums must have multimedia and involve all techniques to engage the viewer. The advantage of smaller museums or exhibitions is that they can be set up in existing heritage structures all over the world. The world's first Partition Museum, in fact, was set up in a heritage structure, the town hall in Amritsar, which would have languished otherwise and was in a state of disrepair before we came in. Some of this effort has already begun in many parts of the country. And in fact, our trust recently set up a museum on partition and independence of India for the 75th year with tangible and intangible memories and some poignant objects in a tram in Calcutta. So all spaces can be utilized. They should not be considered to be museums only when you have a vast collection in a huge space. These can be smaller, more localized museums which appeal to the local community. But this seems to be something which we need to do on a war footing, because what we often forget is that museums also generate jobs. So it's very important to get young people in today's world, particularly after the suffering of COVID, to give them opportunities in diverse fields. So if museums are set up, this becomes a space for employment, and it also educates those who work within it. This has been definitely our experience. If set up in heritage buildings, which are everywhere, the museums will bring knowledge and expertise to the community in a variety of ways, and also provide respect to certain aspects of our history, which we may have forgotten. What has always puzzled me is how little we have made of cultural personalities in India, or even scientific personalities that have existed in our midst even till now. For example, in the UK and other parts of the world, there is a lot of interest in museums built around authors, for example, like Charles Dickens and William Shakespeare. This also leads to literacy as people get engaged in learning more about these personalities. And we have so many learned, wise people from the past and present. And indeed, these could be set up in areas which were inhabited by these individuals. And then these collections easily lend itself also to becoming traveling exhibitions because they are small, they are niche. So I think our new generation of museums not only have to have motion within them, but they also need to be able to move from city to city, country to country. They need to be dynamic all the time. One of the most successful virtual museums in recent years has been the one on the artist Van Gogh, because it has traveled around the world, in the US, in the UK, and other countries. This is something which we are experimenting with at the Darashikoh Library as well, to see if we can create a virtual museum on Darashikoh, which can then be sent around the world, which can travel around the world. While India has an amazing collection of artifacts and a very, very rich history, it is disappointing that most of the exhibitions which are curated or seen abroad are done by curators who are based there, who are the India experts. There is a space for Indian museums to take over this. And I think this can be respected both in India and abroad, that the need has come for us in India to tell our own stories. That is why when we sent the exhibition on Jallianwala Bagh abroad, we had a team of young curators from India who researched it and then who took it. And it is a great matter of pride for us that the Manchester Museum put up the display, and it got a lot of attention in the UK. And the museum authorities told us that they had never seen a response like this before to an exhibition, and that people were queuing up to come in, particularly the Asian community. So this is very important. I think there is a huge passion when people of a particular country present their own objects. So there is a great need now for the new generation of museums coming up to engage with young people, to train them to become curators, and to make these collections travel whenever possible. It has been our experience that careful curation done by responsible young researchers can be brought in to create these multiple and smaller museums in India. And since these museums are more tightly themed, they can be also digitized much more easily. Incidentally, as the Indian diaspora has strengthened in recent years, we too have found that they would like to see more exhibitions from India coming abroad, more material from India coming abroad. Yes, we know that there are countries which have thousands of objects from India, such as the British Museum, which was brought here pre-independence by the British. But this also means that through partnerships, perhaps curators from India could come and work even on these collections which lie abroad and set up an Indian gallery or an Indian museum, even in the UK or the US, where many of these collections lie now, unfortunately for us. Indian museums, after all, need not be limited to India. But if these are being set up within the country, from our experience, a public-private partnership may also be continuously developed for creating any fresh museums in the country. Now, this is not an easy partnership, and we ourselves have seen many challenges in it, but it is the best way forward, and it can be smoothened out with more understanding from both sides. For this, at present, there are three models. For the setting up of museums in India, there are three models which are presently operating. One in which the government pays an agency to set up the museum in a selected space, which often happens. The other in which, like with our trust, the building is given by the government, but we have to raise the donations to create and run and maintain the museum. And then, of course, there are purely private museums, which are set up by wealthy collectors, either as individuals or together as a collective. And I'm happy to say that all these three models are right now in operation. And I'm sure some of them are going to be extremely successful. Once again, there has been an impact, however, of COVID on all the three models. In order to preserve cultural heritage, we do believe that the support fund for creating museums should be enhanced by the government or even by private donors, as cultural sustainability is as important as social, economic, and even environmental sustainability. Nothing can move forward without the required funding or money, and we well know this. And preserving of heritage is extremely important. So I do appeal from this platform to all those people who have CSR funds to please donate towards the cultural sector. It really needs your support. And very excitingly, we can now preserve the heritage in many ways that has languished so far, if there is proper support for this. We do believe that museums are part of continuing education, which is why we are thrilled that so many young people come and connect with us for internships and summer jobs at our trust. However, being a small NGO, we do our best to involve them in whichever way we can, and we also give training. While this involvement and jobs, I must say, training and jobs, while this involvement of young people is key, we must also ask some more questions alongside. Should existing museums scale their collections up or down. Rather than keeping their collections in godowns and warehouses, shouldn't these be given to create smaller, more relevant museums within other sites, other parts of the country? Second, can't these collections be thematically divided and displayed, as it is better for collections to be seen, so that you have many more museums, but smaller museums scattered all around the country will do much better. Of course, one hopes that the areas or heritage buildings where the museums are housed in will have some connection, some kind of link to the cultural objects or the theme. Third, should more digital museums be encouraged to come up? The answer should be a resounding yes. I have already spoken about the success of the Van Gogh Museum, which is a traveling museum. And I am sort of surprised always by those who ask, but how many original objects do you have when anyone talks about setting up a museum? This question is now becoming increasingly irrelevant. I would say it's a bit like Amazon, really, where some things are out there in the front, what you like, and there are many things which lie in the warehouses, which will not be seen through maybe centuries by anyone. So what is the point? We should digitize as much as we can, put it out there as much as we can. As museums can be increasingly focused now more and more on how the display engages with the viewer. That is very key. And how does it compel the audience to be thoroughly absorbed? The immersive experience means, which immersive is a word that we use very often in museums now, that instead of merely observing an object, the audience is transported to another era, maybe by technology, and information is provided in ever more exciting new ways. However, technology itself must not be overwhelming. It should push the narrative further and not become the narrative. Why are we, therefore, not connecting more with international museums and bringing heritage back into the country, even if briefly? Now, this is, of course, a highly contested point because a lot of museums do not want to send their collections or what they have back to India, as there has been talk of reparation, which is that, these objects may be returned permanently to India, which is not a bad idea. But if there can be some kind of a bilateral arrangement, then I think museums now can look at even inviting one or two objects which have been out of the country for centuries or decades and bring it back for people in India to see. And it can be done formally in a graceful fashion by all countries concerned. At least it will give a chance for these objects to be displayed in Indian museums, and these could be smaller museums, not necessarily the large ones. So why don't we have a stronger online presence in all museums is a question that we should ask. But I think the more important question to be asked today is, why do our museums in India not have stronger outreach programs? So the idea is that if people are not coming to the museum, yes, use the digital platform, etc., but why can't you also take your collections out to the people in different ways? That last question that I have raised is very important. Another way that Indian museums might need to be reimagined is especially through these outreach programs. I think this will also break down the image of museums being elitist and bring in the issue of community involvement, because when you do outreach programs, you also have to link community narratives with the museum that you are taking out to them. The narrative gets enhanced as more people come out with stories which are linked in some way to what you are talking about. And it is very interesting to see the perception of an ordinary person who has never stepped into the museum when he encounters a museum exhibit in this fashion, where you have taken it out to them. And hidden historical narratives may be revealed. The spotlight then shifts beyond the stories of, for example, let's take the freedom struggle of well-known heroes to other people who were not well-known, but can be now found in a sense when collections on the freedom struggle, for example, move out to areas where people can talk about local heroes. Often, memorabilia can be collected in this fashion, as we have found. When we take our museum, the Partition Museum, objects and other things to schools, to colleges, to other spaces, we find, to communities who invite us, and we find that when we take it out, more collections come to us and more narratives come to us because people would like to connect with what they have seen, and forgotten stories then come to light. And that is all part of our life today, that we require to push the envelope forward. We require to make collections of history and memories grow. This is something we found really encouraging in the Partition Museum, and that is why I'm sharing it. Because through these outreach programs, we then found that it was not just the well-heeled, the well-to-do, the elite that was visiting our museum, but ordinary people started coming in as well because of the outreach program, which, by the way, is both physical as well as online. For instance, even the electrician that had worked with us, who had never been inside a museum before, took his entire family to Amritsar and specially visited the museum so that they could know the forgotten history of their ancestors. Even the local beat constables we found would come into the museum when they had a bit of time while still in uniform and read what was displayed there because it is a people's museum. And that is very unusual because you would not find that kind of an audience anywhere in a well guarded and normally very formalized museum in other places. The manner in which the interpretation is done is also crucial. While some museums have dioramas, I don't really believe in that, but we have found that art installations, actors, special performances, non-static means of communication, which are more exciting for the viewer, should be often used to explain the history of an object or a space. So that is the last point I would like to emphasize, that while the world may have large collections, many museums all over the world have very large collections, as does India, a very, very rich heritage. We could look at making all this much more accessible through many ways. For example, I now hear that the new Victoria and Albert Museum coming up in London has over 250,000 objects displayed there. Now, it would take a whole lifetime, therefore, to even explore. And this is the second museum, which is now of the V&A being set up in London. So the viewers will not be ever either able to explore it or absorb that much. And honestly, I have no idea either how much of this collection is from India. But all I want to say is that we need to rethink all this. It is not just, as I said, an Amazon-like structure where thousands of things are placed there, but pick up things here and there and make them accessible. Even, as I said, need not be an object, it can be a theme, as we did with the Partition Museum, or it could be something else, like we're doing with the Darashiko exhibition that we are setting up. The new generation of museums can have fewer, therefore select objects with specific themes. And most importantly, community engagement is what Indian museums should contribute to the world. And even more importantly, we should have indigenous curations with curators. Then these should be young people involved, working on either existing historical collections or fresh ones. I think this kind of dynamism is something we could look at today. And I do hope that I have been able to share some of my suggestions on reimagining museums in India with you today, and you would agree with it, at least some of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kishwar, for giving the keynote. Now it's my privilege to introduce the second keynote speaker for this session on collections, Mr. Julian Bickersteth. Julian is the president of the International Institute for Conservation of Historic and Artistic Works, the learned society that represents the conservation profession worldwide. He's also the CEO of International Conservation Services, the Australian private conservation practice that he founded 30 years ago. Educated at Oxford University, Julian has worked all over the world on conservation projects, including specializing in cold climate conservation through his work in Antarctica. He's widely involved in the broader cultural heritage sector, being a past director of the National Trust of Australia, president of the ICOM International Polar Heritage Committee, chair of the Australian Decorative and Fine Arts Association, and the chair of the David Roche Foundation, a leading not-for-profit arts organization in Adelaide. Julian is passionate about action in the face of climate change and led the joint commitment by the leading conservation groups, IIC, ICOM CC, and ICROM, for conservators to target net zero in the workplaces, presented at COP26 in Glasgow last November. Now, over to you, Julian.
Hello, my name's Justine Simons and I'm the Deputy Mayor for London for Culture and the Creative Industries, and I'm delighted to join you here today. It's my pleasure to have been invited by the Indian Ministry of Culture to provide an introductory message for this important panel. As Chair
Hello, I am Julian Bickersteth, and I thank the organisers of this global summit, and in particular my esteemed friend and colleague Vinod Daniel, for inviting me to address you as your keynote speaker today. I'm talking to you today wearing two hats. The first is as president of the International Institute for the Conservation of Historic and Artistic Works, or IIC, a body formed in 1950 to bring together conservators worldwide. Formed in the aftermath of the Second World War, when a group of conservators known as the Monuments Men, drawn from various nationalities, worked together to rescue looted artworks across Europe. IIC is represented all over the world by conservators working in museums and galleries and privately. My esteemed colleague, Professor Satish Pandey at the National Museum Institute, is one of my fellow trustees. But I also wear a hat as a practicing conservator. I have run a private practice in Australia where I've lived for the last 30 years, working for museums and galleries all over the world. One of the areas that particularly interests me as a conservator is the interface between conservation and allied disciplines. So when I was asked to give this keynote address to this important summit covering the theme collections, including curation and conservation practices, I was pleased to accept to be able to bring these two areas together. In considering how best to contribute to the summit on these two topics, I've resolved to talk about 5 current issues that bring curation and conservation practices together and are very much in the front of mind of our work as museum professionals at present. These 5 issues are, in the order in which I tend to address them, restitution of artworks, conservation and management of time-based media, dealing with issues arising from the Black Lives Matter movement, understanding the value of local involvement in museum projects, and finally, climate change, its impact on collections, and what the conservation community is doing about it. So let's start with restitution of artworks. It's interesting that IIC was formed, as I said, in the aftermath of World War II, seeking to recover artworks that had been looted by the Nazi regime. That looting was on such a massive scale that process of restitution continues to this day. Estimates are that it involved over 100,000 artworks stolen from Jews in France alone, whereas in Poland it's more like 500,000 artworks, possibly as much as 40% of Polish cultural heritage. However, restitution of looted artworks is also being undertaken in different ways and in different parts of the world. One of these ways is to deal with illegal looting that only came to light after acquiring works into public collections. An example of this is the National Gallery of Australia, which recently removed 14 works from its Asian art collection and returned them to the Indian government on the basis that they had been illegally collected and exported from India. Worth a combined $3 million Australian dollars, 13 of the objects were purchased between 2002 and 2010 from Art of the Past, the New York gallery run by the dealer and alleged antiquities smuggler, Subhash Kapoor. They comprise 6 stone or bronze sculptures, including a 13th century stone sculpture depicting the goddess Durga slaying a buffalo demon, and this bronze processional standard, or alam, from 1851. But more to the point, what has the National Gallery of Australia done about this moving forward to ensure it does not happen again? They have adopted a best practice process for acquisitions, which states that if, on the balance of probability, it is likely that a work was stolen, illegally excavated, exported in contravention of the law of a foreign country, or unethically acquired, the gallery will initiate steps to deaccession and repatriate the work. As Nick Mitsevich, the National Gallery of Australia director, has said, provenance decision-making will be determined by an evidence-based approach, evaluated on the balance of probabilities, anchored in robust legal and ethical decision-making principles and considerations. Another example of this is at the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, which has reached an agreement with the Republic of Mali to transfer ownership of 2 objects of GNA origin that are believed to have been the subject of illicit excavation and trafficking. The agreement was signed by the MFA only 2 weeks ago on February the 8th, with representatives from the government of Mali in attendance. These 2 terracotta figures, both dating from the 13th to the 15th centuries, are archaeological materials of a type known to be at high risk for theft and looting. Fragments of one, the figure of the ewe, or sheep, were probably discovered at the village of Dari in Mali around 1986. The other, a kneeling figure, is said to have come from a burial site near Djenné in Mali in the late 1980s. Interestingly, how this came to be, the MFA first displayed both objects in their exhibition Africa and Oceanic Art, Treasures from a Private Collection in 1993, at which time the objects were on loan from collector William Teal. He'd acquired both objects in good faith in the United States in the late 1980s, and finally, upon his death, he bequeathed them to the museum in 2012. Recognizing that these objects might have been illegally removed from Mali and that their ownership and export would be regulated by Mali's law, the MFA contacted the Mali Ministry of Culture in 2013 to seek its authorization before proceeding with their acquisition. The Ministry of Culture responded that the export of these objects had not been approved. Upon receipt of this information, the MFA began to arrange for the return of the objects to Mali. Conversations to finalize the details of their return have been taking place off and on since that time, and we're now in 2022, so these matters do not move fast. However, as Matthew Tettelbaum, the MFA director, has said, restituting these 2 antiquities to their country of origin ensures not only that trafficked materials do not find a home in the museum's collection, but equally important that in the future the people of Mali will be able to enjoy these examples of their cultural heritage. Perhaps the most controversial restitution issue at present, if we set aside the long-running saga of the Elgin marbles of the British Museum and their return to Greece, are the Benin bronzes. The Benin bronzes are a group of several thousand metal plaques and sculptures that decorated the royal palace of the Kingdom of Benin in what is now Nigeria. Collectively, the objects form the best examples of Benin art and were created from the 13th century onwards by artists of the Edo people. They are arguably the most important artworks ever made in sub-Saharan Africa. These bronze and brass sculptures were taken from the palace in Benin City during a punitive expedition of the British Empire in 1897. Most were gifted to the British Museum, but some ended up in the private collections of various British officials. The Foreign and Commonwealth Office, the Foreign Office in Britain, also sold a large number, which later ended up in various European museums, mostly in Germany, and also in American museums. As you can see from this list, the bronzes are now very widely distributed. In 2007, the so-called Benin Dialogue Group was formed, being a multilateral international collaborative working group that brings together delegates from Western museums with representatives of the Nigerian government, the Royal Court of Benin, and the Nigerian National Commission for Museums and Monuments. Its aims are cooperation between museums possessing Nigerian cultural heritage in Western countries and the restitution of illegally acquired artworks, in particular the Benin bronzes. In 2018, a deal was struck by the Benin Dialogue Group with the UK government to loan Benin bronzes to be used to form a temporary exhibition at the new Benin Royal Museum in Edo State. In April 2021, the German government decided that they would act to restitute looted Benin bronzes in Germany's public collections by 2022. And President Macron in France followed the same line, approving the restitution of 26 of the Benin bronzes from French collections in 2020. Various British institutions have also returned individual items, such as this fine bronze cockerel from Aberdeen University. But the British Museum, which as we saw holds by far the largest collection, is refusing to entertain such a move. We need to see both sides of the coin on this. The achievements of the Benin Dialogue Group have been criticized by Yusuf Tugar, Nigeria's ambassador to Germany, who said, "The dialogue has been going on for so long now and nothing has happened. And it seems to be gravitating more towards loans, which is totally unacceptable at the Nigerian side, because you can't lend someone something you have stolen." As he says, let's say you break into someone's house, you steal their watch, and then you sell it on to a pawn shop. And whoever gets it from the pawn shop after the police come says, okay, well, I will lend it back to the owner. Doesn't work. He has a point. Critics of returning Benin works of art to Nigeria often point to the scale of thefts that took place during the 1950s and 60s in Nigerian national museums and their poor record of management and security. But the Edo state government are proposing this alternative solution by opening a brand new royal museum in Benin City on the site of the looted palace. This solution could unlock the stalemate that has ground the Benin Dialogue Group into inaction. Its completion could also reunite and lead to the further return of some of the most significant works of Benin art that are sitting, to place them in this secure museum with high environmental standards. However, at this present time, the new museum's proposed completion is still fluid, construction has not commenced, and a feasibility study is still to be undertaken. For this plan to succeed, they also need the cooperation of members of the Benin Dialogue Group, who need to be satisfied that the objects they return will be secure, and that is not at present in place. So, restitution of artworks is an issue that curators and conservators are having to grapple with. The issues are complex, the timescales lengthy, and there are often no real winners. Let us turn next to another contemporary issue that curators and conservators need to work closely together on: time-based media. Contemporary artworks that include video, film, slide, audio, or computer technologies are referred to as time-based media artworks because they have a duration as a dimension and they unfold to the viewer over time. Collecting, preserving, and exhibiting these artworks poses complex technical and ethical challenges to curators and conservators. Indeed, time-based media at one level requires a relationship between curator and conservator even closer than generally exists in day-to-day operations of museums. Here is a good example in the collection of the Art Gallery of New South Wales in Sydney. Entitled TV Cello, 1976, it is by the Korean and US artist Namjoon Paik. It is made from acrylic, wood, bass guitar strings, and includes 3 TV monitors which show a black and white VHS analog tape, the equipment to show such all being part of the artwork. From a conservation point of view, instability and change are inherent to these artworks, since artists' selected equipment and technologies fail and become obsolete. We all know where VHS tapes have gone. Moreover, many time-based media artworks exist only when they are installed, so every iteration can only be considered a different representation of the artwork. To preserve the fragile identity of time-based media artworks, conservators must proactively manage the degree of change that may be introduced to each. Time-based media conservation aims to determine and monitor the acceptable degree of short and long-term change that an artwork may undergo in response to different display environments. To understand and preserve a work of media art, the responsible conservator considers the artist's intention as well as the work's technical components and analyzes the relationship between the two. Whether and how a device or technology can be exchanged will depend on its significance to the individual artwork. In this case, is the monitor, for instance, a key part of the artwork. To make an informed assessment, the conservator must fully understand the function and characteristics of involved technologies and identify their specific impact on the artwork's aesthetic, conceptual, and historical identity. For the curator, a primary task in any art museum is that of identifying and describing artworks so that the collection database adequately represents the nature of the artwork and its component parts. The impact of data into a collection database impacts how an institution understands and manages the work in perpetuity. Typically, collection databases have been constructed according to the qualities of traditional media and are thus framed around principles of specifying physical characteristics, dimensions, and media. Consecration requirements are likewise based around how to preserve the artwork or object in perpetuity. Whether that can be realistically achieved, that discussion is saved for another day. Time-based media include a range of digital, physical, electronic, and ephemeral components that can exist outside of or in conflict with these principles. These components are required to perform the artwork as intended by the artist and must be considered fully by collection managers, curators, and conservators. One critical management issue is that the terms used to identify and catalogue time-based artworks in most museums is based often on the Catalogue's Manual for the Visual Arts, published in 1980. However, the manual is focused on traditional media, particularly painting, with a corresponding emphasis on the description of the physical components of an artwork. For time-based media, installation and indeed performance-based artworks that utilize ephemeral, variable, and replaceable components, this manual has only limited value. There have been several initiatives that have worked to address the need for appropriate documentation. These include Documentation and Conservation of the Media Arts in Heritage, published in 2018, the Variable Media Network, also 2018, and finally the MoMA, SF-MoMA, and the Tate Collaborative Project, Matters in Media Art, also published in 2018. I commend these initiatives to you as a good starting point if your institution is collecting or considering collecting time-based media. Let us now move to my third key issue. Few of us can be unaware of the Black Lives Matter movement that the death of George Floyd at the hands of a policeman in 2020 in Minneapolis galvanized around the world. Black Lives Matter is a decentralized political and social movement that seeks to highlight racism, discrimination, and inequality experienced by Black people. The movement typically advocates for various policy changes considered to be related to Black liberation. The role of slave traders in the 18th century has been a particular focus. One such slave trader was Edward Colston, a Bristol, UK-based member of the Royal African Company, which transported thousands of slaves from Africa annually during the late 17th century. His name is widely seen on buildings named after him in Bristol, where he was a great philanthropist and public benefactor. There's a major monument to him in the middle of town. And at the height of the Black Lives Matter public outcry in late 2020, protesters strung up the statue with rope, pulled it down, dragged it through the streets of Bristol, and unceremoniously tossed it into the harbour, where slaves had passed through centuries before. Footage of the statue's toppling went viral on social media and initiated a grappling with the status and function of monuments to other men in England and around the world. Prior to it being tipped into the harbour, it had been sprayed with red and blue graffiti. When it was pulled out 4 days later, it was filled with mud, it had an old bike tire hanging on it, and it was found to be, however, in reasonable condition, apart from the loss of a coattail, the staff he'd leaned on for 125 years, a heart-shaped hole in his backside, and various scrapes and scuffs as it had been dragged through the town. Rectification of such damage is the bread and butter for conservators, but more problematic was the fragile graffiti daubed over the body and face. Where normally graffiti is removed, the conservators and the curators decided that this was now a key part of the story of Edward Colston's statue. So along with the old bike tire hanging from the statue when it was retrieved, it's all been painstakingly preserved, along with some 500 Black Lives Matter placards left at the now empty plinth. A colleague of mine, Fletcher Durant, commented, "Part of our job is considering the whole cultural network of an object and its stakeholders, not just the parts that are close to us and privileged parts of society. Conservation is not neutral." And these words offer a timely reminder of the responsibility that lies in our hands and the role that we as curators and conservators can play in challenging racism and discrimination. My fourth discussion point is around the role that local communities can play in caring for collections. As I mentioned in my introduction, I enjoy studying the interaction of related disciplines in the museum and gallery sector, and one discipline that many of us work with is archaeology, whether through archaeological artifacts or archaeological sites. As a conservator who's worked with many archaeologists, I'm fundamentally aware of the inherent conflict between the process of archaeology and conservation. Archaeology is essentially a destructive process that exposes sites and artifacts to decay, whilst conservation's primary objective is to protect cultural heritage from loss and depletion. Conservation is a critical part of the archaeological process, both for the site and for artifacts that may have been revealed during excavations. Awareness and acceptance of this responsibility, this obligation, has been an evolving one, just indeed as the way in which conservators work with archaeologists has been a progressive one. Just as archaeologists have moved over the last century from a mere excavation, as you like, of a site to a highly stratigraphic, contextual, and indeed strategic approach, so too the discipline of conservation has moved from an entirely remedial process to more of a focus on preventive forms of intervention. Preventive conservation is a broad term best summed up as measures and actions aimed at avoiding or minimizing future damage, deterioration, and loss. One aspect as any recently involved fully appreciated is the value of community involvement in preventive conservation. A good example of this is the conservation of the archaeological site at Dangal in Sudan. Dangal is the site of a 1st century CE temple and cemetery. Archaeological conservation began at this site in 2000 in collaboration between the National Corporation for Antiquities and Museums in the Sudan and the British Museum. The long-term goals of the project are to ensure the protection and accessibility of the site its structures and its associated collections. In Dangal, these challenges can be extreme, complicated by poor materials, inherent weakness in these building materials, extreme environments with the rainy season brief, and violent and summer temperatures reaching 50 degrees Celsius, dropping to 0 Celsius at night. Key to the success of this project has been the application of preventive conservation methods to create a sustainable conservation approach, achieved by implementation of long-term capacity building for the local workforce. The relationship with the community is critical for its survival. The archaeological area, as you can see, is located directly within the village, and people cross the site every day, attending school or going on their own business. As a consequence, the site is still perceived as a common space belonging to the community rather than as an external space owned by the government or a foreign mission. Employing and training members of the local community has been a crucial element in creating a healthy relationship with the village. And it's been a stable source of income for over 90 years for the local economy, 19 years. And this personal involvement has helped gain the support of the community for caring and conserving the site and seeing it as an integral part of the village's cultural, economic and social life. So whether we're dealing with archaeological sites or museum collections, or both, physical evidence has to be studied and interpreted by us as conservators, curators and archaeologists to understand its cultural meanings and values. And to do this with a local community lends so much extra value to that process. Which brings me, as a community worldwide, to my fifth and final discussion point, the role of we are taking as a profession in combating climate change. Here's a little snapshot of in 2004, where a colleague of mine commented 6 hurricanes directly hit the state of Florida, causing extreme damage. These hurricanes were actually grouped very closely together and left very little time for recovery or for the waters to recede. What it was created was a truly complex emergency. For the institution where I worked as a collections manager, I made the best decisions I could with the resources I had, but after the second hurricane, I stopped salvaging objects and focused just on keeping water out of the building. Objects remained in the water in the end for over two months. This was 17 years ago in a well-resourced country. Since then, the weirding of the weather, a term we often use now, has only intensified. It resulted in bushfires here in my native Australia in early 2019, being one example. Even weirder at that time was that during those bushfires, Australia was hit by the fiercest hailstorm ever recorded in this country, in its capital, Canberra. Here is the damage done to the copper roof by that hailstorm of a historic building in Canberra. The organisation of which I'm president, IC, aims to advance knowledge and continually improve professional practice and standards. And we've been examining how to extend these core principles to meet the challenge of the likely effects of climate change on cultural heritage for over 15 years now. We're committed to learning from each other and related disciplines and advising both our own profession and the wider cultural heritage on mitigation and adaptation measures. Our natural instinct as conservators is to take the long-term view. We're about preserving cultural heritage, if not in perpetuity, but at least intergeneration. We're now seeing much more immediate threats with cultural heritage being lost at an accelerating rate. We're witnessing increasing rates of damage and loss from extreme weather events, such as cyclones and floods swamping collections, as I mentioned in Florida. And related issues such as the loss of artifacts and archaeological sites through coastal erosion. We're seeing the loss of intangible cultural heritage in places such as the Pacific Islands. Here we see Kiribati, probably the most vulnerable country in the world to rising sea levels. In Kiribati, stories and customs passed orally from generation to generation, and the related objects that relate to them are being lost through communities dispersing as their islands become uninhabitable. We're seeing long-term threats to collection care rising from the changing climate. For instance, rising temperatures are resulting in increases in relocations in insect populations. Here is an example of silverfish damage to leather books in a library in the north of England, where silverfish were unknown only 10 years ago. But we're also seeing global inequity about the ability of communities to access the necessary expertise to deal with these threats. The galleries and museums of North America and Europe are generally sufficiently resourced to protect their collections. But from Africa to Central Asia to India, we see cultural heritage at particular risk through limited local ability to access conservators or the necessary materials to protect their heritage. Ironically, many of these communities are being the most impacted by climate change and have much to teach us as to how we can adapt and respond. In the light of all of this, we're acknowledging that our work as conservators and curators can no longer be about purely preserving the status quo, but we must move to manage change and adapting to it. That includes accepting that we're not going to be able to save everything and that we must make difficult decisions about where we can focus. We, and I include all of you listening to this keynote address, face an unequal fight against the extent of the challenge, but we do have some advantages. Many of us work in museums, which are among the most trusted public institutions. We must leverage off that trust to communicate the extent of the problem and mobilize both the cultural sector and its audiences into advocacy and action. This might sound like a somber note to finish this address on. And it is, but this is the reality we're facing as a planet, and we're in a prime position to act upon it and advocate. So, I trust these 5 current issues, varying as they have in their detail, have provided you with food for thought in your professional lives. They're wide-ranging, but their common theme under the banner of curation and conservation has been about interaction with related disciplines, with the society in which we operate, and with the context of the collections we look after. As the English poet John Donne said 400 years ago, "No man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main." We are part of a truly global community of museum professionals, a trusted community and an engaged community, and there is much we must do together, and indeed can. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Julian. Now it's my privilege to introduce the panel for this session. We have Jayanta Sengupta, Secretary and Curator, Victoria Memorial Hall, will be chairing the panel. And I'm also delighted that Heng and Roobina Karode have joined the panel. So let me introduce the panel chair, and the panel chair will introduce the panelists after that. Now, Jayanta is Secretary and Curator of Victoria Memorial Hall, Kolkata, India's most visited museum. He has also served as Director in charge of the Indian Museum, Kolkata, and of the Anthropological Survey of India. Educated at Presidency College, Kolkata, and at the University of Kolkata and Cambridge, he taught history at Jadavpur University, Kolkata, and the University of Notre Dame in the US, before joining the museum profession in 2013. He has also been a visiting professor or fellow at the universities of Cambridge, Pennsylvania, Heidelberg, Utah, Exeter, and Calcutta, and a fellow of the American Alliance of Museums. His research focuses on cultural practices in modern India and transnational and comparative intellectual history. His first book, At the Margins, Discourses of Development, Democracy and Regionalism in Orissa, was published by Oxford Press in 2015, and the second, Those Noble Edifices, the Raj Bhavans of Bengal, was published by the Victoria Memorial Hall in 2019. Over to you, Jayanta.
Thank you so much, Vinod, for that introduction. And good afternoon, everybody. With due apologies, of course, because I know that you are sitting in different time zones all across the world. So welcome to the second panel today on curation and conservation practices in museum collections, which is really a very big topic, resonating with all museums across the board, especially in these times when the disruptions and closures enforced by the pandemic, as well as the rise of a range of critical questions and conversations about who speaks for our pasts, have given these core issues further layers of complexity. We have two distinguished panelists to take this conversation forward in this session. Ms. Loh Heng Noi from Singapore and Ms. Roobina Karode from India. It's an interesting mix because Singapore and India share a common heritage of British colonial rule, and also because they bring to the table two different perspectives. The one, Loh Heng Noi, from a major government initiative in art and heritage in Singapore, and the other, Roobina Karode, from a dynamic private museum. Since we have not three, but two panelists in this session, I will take the liberty of requesting the two panelists to take maybe a couple of extra minutes to their initial presentations so that they can take maybe 8 minutes or thereabouts each, which I hope will still leave ample time for questions. It is now my pleasure to introduce the two distinguished panelists in the order that they will speak. Ms. Loh Heng Noi, who will speak first, is currently Director of Collections with the National Collection Division at the National Heritage Board of Singapore. Her present portfolio focuses on collection development strategies and policies related to the national collection. Our division also oversees the National Register of Collections that reside with public agencies and works closely with stakeholders such as the appointed collecting institutions in the heritage and visual arts clusters, the parent Ministry of Culture, Community and Youth, as well as other public agencies. Prior to her current appointment, she led the planning, development, and establishment of the Heritage Conservation Center, the HCC, from 1995. The HCC is a purpose-built and centralized museum collection repository and conservation facility under one roof, and tasked to uplift and achieve high standards of collection documentation, preservation, and conservation. The HCC also contributed to conservation development in Southeast Asia through its outreach and professional development program. Loh Heng Noi was director of HCC till 2013, when she moved to set up the new National Collection Division. And then following her will be our second speaker this evening, Ms. Roobina Karode, who is the Director and Chief Curator at the Kiran Nadar Museum of Art, the KNMA, in New Delhi, India, since it opened its doors in 2010. She has postgraduate specializations in art history and in education. As an art educator, writer, and curator, Karode has extensively contributed to the field, teaching art history, both Indian, modern, and Western art from 1992 to 2006, at various institutions in Delhi, mainly the School of Arts and Aesthetics in the Jawaharlal Nehru University, the National Museum Institute, and the College of Art. She was awarded the Fulbright Fellowship in 2000 and the Ford Teaching Fellowship from 2005 to 7. In 2016, she was the recipient of that year's India Today Best Curator Award. In 2019, she was the curator for the critically acclaimed Indian Pavilion at the 58th Venice Biennale. Over the years, Karode has curated more than 60 significant exhibitions both within India and abroad, with her focus on underrepresented intergenerational artists whose practice has been crucial within the discourse of modern and contemporary Indian art. Mainly Nasreen Mohammadi, Himmat Shah, Rameshwar Bruta, Urpita Singh, Nolini Malani, and Jayashree Chakraborty, to name just a few, along with major theme-based artistic projects. Steering a rigorous program at the Kiran Nadar Museum of Art, Karode is focused on collaborations and partnering with other significant institutions to consolidate the global presence and relevance of contemporary Indian and Southeast Asian art. And now it is my pleasant duty to call upon Ms. Loh Hoi to make her initial remarks. Ms. Loh Heng Noi. You are mute, Heng Noi.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay,
Please,
thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the introduction. Before I begin, I would like to thank the Ministry of Culture, the Secretary and the Joint Secretary of Culture, Vinod, and organizers for inviting me to participate in this very significant, important summit. I hope what I can share today would be provide some food for thought for fellow museum and also museum colleagues at this particular summit, as well as all tuning in from all over the world. I'm grateful for this opportunity to learn of these exciting developments in the museum sector. And yesterday we heard that His Excellency, sharing with us all the amazing number of museums that are growing in India, and I'm just truly quite astonished. And I believe there's really a lot of exciting and growth development going on in the country. Well, as this session covers the broad topic of collections, including storage, display, conservation, I would divide my sharing into two parts. I would first speak on the collections management and conservation approach adopted for collections of Singapore's key public institutions and museums. And this will then take me to the second part of my sharing on how we are working to find a more sustainable approach to collection development and care. So I'm using really very much my experience as part of the National Heritage Board in realizing a sort of a master plan of museum development, as well as conservation and preservation. So back in the 90s, we made a decision to move towards a centralized approach to managing and conserving our collections across the national museums. We recognize that collection is the core and heart of a museum's value proposition. I think we have heard a lot about the significance of collections in the discussions over the last 2 days. And I think this is something that cannot be replaced by any other institution. We recognize that collection is, definitely, a significant part of, any museum. And as we embarked on a major master plan to develop more national museums, there was a great urgency to address our deficiencies in caring for our collections, and more importantly, to build capabilities to support demands of these emerging museums. Just to share some of the challenges we faced at that time. For example, physical care and conservation of collections were managed under respective curatorial divisions. Back-end processes such as collections management and conservation was often not a priority. Storage facilities were poor and inadequate, compounded by fixed space constraints. Of course, we had great difficulties in locating artifacts and artworks. Collections management and conservation teams remained very small and not trained. And top it up, there were repeated audit findings and call for change and improvement. Last but not least, there were tremendous pressures to free up premium space in our museums for exhibitions and public access. So storage and conservation in the back of the house, amenities were pressured to move off-site, to make space for public access. So this idea of this centralized repository, which the chair has mentioned, this Heritage Conservation Center, was actually conceived back in the late 1980s, but you can see that it has taken us about 20 years to realize this dedicated custom-built national repository and conservation facility under one roof. So the purpose was to aggregate all national collections under one roof for integrated management. So the Heritage Conservation Center's core responsibility was to manage and care and facilitate access to the aggregated collections. The center also took up the task to grow capability of museum staff on collections care. So collections care is not only the duty of curators, collections managers, registrars, or conservators, but a shared responsibilities that we seek to imbue across all staff in each museum. So the center also played a major role in providing functional specifications and advised on collection spaces of new museum infrastructures. So fast forward 20 years from 2000, when the center was opened, it has served us well, I should say. So just to share some of the benefits, there was manpower optimization to respond to operations that can be very lumpy, as we know, from start to end in the museum world, with irregular demands and also varying in scale and complexity. The center has allowed us to do quantity aggregation, which meant that there was demand and supply matching and also smoothing. Storage condition, of course, improved tremendously, and there was standardization of key collections management processes and also facility such as display standards across all museums while ensuring continuous review and improvement. The critical mass of staff we have in the center meant that we could have an in-house suite of conservators specializing in objects, paintings, textiles, and paper. And also this meant that we could focus on conservation development more concertedly. So things like training, and professional development was actually key trust of the center. Along the way, we also actually raised the professional profile and recognition of the back of the house team as well. The center also provided us an opportunity to bring the invisible back-end work to the public, as outreach programs were developed to allow the public to appreciate the art, science, as well as the history of collections care and conservation. So visitors to the center are often very amazed by the work behind the scenes, and there is definitely greater appreciation and awareness of the care and resources needed to conserve our collections. Then what about the museum's perspective? Well, the center had lifted a significant load off their shoulders in terms of physical collections care. This allows our curators to focus on their demanding exhibition schedules and collection research. But the shift was not without challenges. It means physically taking away, in a way, and mentally taking away the collections and storage from the museums and curators. This needed change management and mitigation measures. Physical access, would not be as easy as it used to be when collections were under curators' direct care, and the center being some distance away from the museum's location. So the impact of the change actually differed from museum to museum and curators to curators. And it really took some years for some to come to terms with the change. On the flip side, younger curators and newer curators appreciated the change and were able to dedicate days at the center undisturbed to carry out their collection survey or research, That the conservators are also at the center was very helpful, as discussions on object selection and conservation treatment approaches could be discussed more expediently. A consolidated single internal online database of all collections searchable by all the National Museum curators helped to smoothen this adjustment. But both the center and museums are still mindful that physical access to collections remain critical to museum curators' work and to ensure that new generation of curators continue to make that journey to the center to work on the artifacts and artworks. I will now go on to the second part of my sharing. Okay, I've shared largely about how collections have been managed at the center, the approach that we have adopted, at the broad level. We have realized that, we need to search for better strategies to manage and care for this growing collection. And this has been on our minds, particularly for the last 5 years. As we all know, collections generate a long tail and has infinite maintenance obligations that demand significant resources. So it has been 20 years since the center was set up, and the collection is continuing to grow. And then meanwhile, there are new collection focus areas such as contemporary collecting, which we have sort of developed a strategy to go into that, as well as contemporary art, which the keynote speaker Julian early on alluded to, such as time-based media. These have actually set us back thinking harder about the changes that we need to adopt to respond to challenges that are fast emerging. So we are attempting to actually develop an active and holistic approach, both upstream and downstream, from collection development to care. So we are trying to encourage a more coherent and coordinated approach towards collection development among the various public museums or institutions, including those that may be beyond our purview. So this could help to reduce unnecessary overlaps, avoid further stresses, and achieve optimal use of our resources. Resource constraints and evolving needs necessitate constant review of our collections framework. So the purpose, the narratives, the stories that we wish to share with our audiences are to be considered when developing our collection strategies. So at the macro level, we're asking ourselves, what is the existing collection landscape and what can we draw from others? So which museums or institutions across Singapore may be better placed to fill that gap? How do we then support the development of a healthy ecosystem with a good suite of players to support all museums and collections? We would need to review our collections regularly, to actively manage our holdings, and to find a sustainable risk-based approach to existing and new categories of collections that we seek to build. The final point which I wish to share is that there has been a significant push to free the collections. I will not use the word democratize because it's really heavy loaded, but the push is to share collections through our own curated shows, research, as well as co-created projects with different communities in both physical and digital spaces. Rather than a gatekeeper, we are looking to unlock the collection to create more opportunities to add more layers of meaning to one artifact or one artwork, and the purpose of the collection, through different lenses. So we are at the same time in this process, growing new stakeholders and deepening our engagement with the public. So this, we hope, can engender a sense of shared ownership with the public of the collection that is essentially held in trust for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heng Noi. That was as comprehensive a survey of your activities and the roadmap ahead as we could hope for. Thank you very much. And I now call upon Roobina Karode to make her presentation, please. Roobina.
Thank you, Dr. Sengupta. Thank you, Ministry of Culture, Lily Pandya, many other collaborators for this extraordinary 2 days of a global summit on museums. Extremely important to reimagine museums in today's time after, and what we have heard for the last 1.5 days is very, very interesting in terms of covering a wide range of conversations and concerns. I'm going to straight away jump on to my presentation because I will speak to the collection I work with and through my curated exhibitions, and also to really bring in what has been said today and today and yesterday to just tie it up, and what even Heng has said in many ways in terms of the concerns with collecting, curating, and conserving. So straight on to my first image. Presentation. Can you share, please? I found it very interesting what Heng talked about in terms of conservation, because this is something that I address all the time at the museum, because contemporary art has really opened up the artist toolbox, and really artists are using a lot of unconventional material in really making their works. And sometimes these materials are also an assembly of different assorted kind of materials, isn't it? And now how that materials, how do we acknowledge and sensitize to really taking care of such works in the collection? So to just start with, I'm going to just say that this is presenting alternative lenses and dialogues about collecting and curating. Next, please. I want to quickly run you through the vision of KNMA. I hope you're able to see. Educate, collect, disseminate, and create. This is almost like most museums do, but I wanted to emphasize that this is a constant thing. I think this is something that always remains on my on the softboard for me, that it is important to facilitate, cultivate, integrate, collect art objects, ideas, and archives, disseminate, education, disseminate collection, disseminate engagements, text. Also create interdisciplinary focus and new platforms with innovative approaches. And okay. And coming to what is important is to combine tradition and technology, because we live in contemporary times, and artists in contemporary times are aware that they have a past behind them, especially India, which has a long civilizational history and an artistic and cultural history, that there a lot there, which comes from indigenous wisdom and from tradition. And there are new technologies, new formats, new medias to work with. And how do we really integrate both of them? So KNMA has been focused to really contextualize art, create, not just build a unique collection, also build an audience base, and of course, in museum building. Till now, we have not been in a museum building as such. We are actually existing even now and functioning from a museum in a mall. Nevertheless, I think it's very important to emphasize here that both museum and collections are a plant of slow growth, and they need that time to really grow and be sustained over the years. Next. Just running through what it means to run a museum, because museum is about people, people make museums. Of course, a extraordinary iconic building helps, great collection helps, but the museum is when people come into the museum, cross that threshold, and are able to come and engage with art. And in that sense, exhibition making is a very important aspect that museums do, because the exhibition is, for me, a mediating tool between the art and the audience. It is something that bridges the gap between art and the audience of diverse kinds that come to the museum, because audiences today are not a homogeneous lot. Next, please. And of course, running programs around everything. I think the daily action of the museum is the most dynamic part. And it is something that brings a lot of rigor and vibrancy to a museum, because museum is not a place it's not a repository only of art objects. It's a place of conversations. It's a place for confluence. It's a place where people meet and want to spend time and really engage and learn simultaneously. Next, please. So I think Nasreen Mohammadi was mentioned. I think one of the things that the museum, the Kiran Museum of Art is doing is it is trying to take its exhibition or draw global attention from audiences to India's contribution to modernism and alter this kind of a very West-dominated discourse. For a very long time, the discourse on art has been coming from the West. It is so important for us to look at our artists, the immense talent that India has, to really present our discourse, our narrative, to bring attention, global attention to it from the world. And that is what happened in this case when KNMA showed Nasreen Mohammadi's first retrospective, and then it traveled to Reina Sofia in Spain, and then to the Met Breuer in New York. And I think this kind of a collaboration and partnering and opening up of, taking Indian artists, bringing them visibility, as well as really saying that these were the people who really did get excluded from this kind of a very strong Western-dominated discourse. And I think that opening up is extremely important to bring focus and bring our artists under the radar. Next, please. Similarly, thematic exhibitions that were curated at the museum. It's very important when I put a question as a title, is it what you think, ruminations on time, memory, and sight? You can see that artists here, Vivan Sundaram, a variety, an assembly of various materials are used, from photographs to sculptures to bricks to aluminum bags to tanks, everything. There are so many different techniques used here. And what is very interesting for me here is that within the architecture of the museum, the curator needs to create another architecture to really inhabit or create those spaces for these objects to inhabit the space. And that transformation is extremely important with each exhibition. Not just that, I'm going to quickly talk about 2 or 3 more works from this exhibition, which was a very massive exhibition. Next, please. With 17 artists. Here is a work of Rumana Hussain, and look at the material she is using. She is drawing our attention to fragile, ephemeral, commonplace earthen pot, terracotta shards, dust and earth matter, which is actually put into the exhibition to really speak about division, to speak about partition, and to speak about many such very important aspects of India that she was to address. Now, she's using the medium as message. How does KNMA collect this work, which it has collected? How does it conserve this work? How will it preserve this work? How will it guarantee that these works will get their life expectancy or can extend its life expectancy? Next, please. From the same exhibition, you have Rimzan's work with a Mahavira fiberglass sculpture surrounded by souls. Okay, talking about non-violence versus violence. Now, the thing is that when we make thematic exhibitions, we are also trying to bring to the world's consciousness new narratives that are emerging from India. And what can India, or what has India given to the world? It has given the philosophy of non-violence. It has brought in the significance of non-violence, which is so pertinent in today's time of violence, hatred, and war. And so Buddhism, Jainism, many such philosophies were brought through in this exhibition. Next, please. Or Anita Dubé's work, I find this very interesting. Look at artist's creative imagination at work. She has used the discard material of styrofoam, which is used to package refrigerators and television sets, and she has lit them with a photograph underneath. And all these photographs were collected from newspapers. And she's talking about how illegal occupation razes buildings in Afghanistan and many such places, and how imperial power games continue in today's time. Next, please. Also, collecting of women artists was very important because we felt that women artists were excluded from Indian and global narratives, especially the mainstream art that is collected abroad as well as in India. And it was important to draw attention to women artists, collect their work, be sensitive, and really sustain their practices by supporting them. And how this kind of a shadow play or puppetry influence or reference comes into Nalini Balani's work, where the mylar cylinders rotate and a whole theater is created, an immersive environment is created within the museum space. Now, this is also very important for a museum where the collection, the conservation, and the curation needs to be thought about almost simultaneously when putting up an exhibition of this nature. The same work in a different color light. And so I find it very interesting how women artists have been working with wisdoms of the past, references from the past, be it from miniature, be it from Kalighat, be it from puppetry, and then using very new technology to really make these experiences come alive. And somebody was talking about digital and physical, and I think both are so important because one cannot substitute the other. And that is very important to take cognizance of as people who run museums. Next, please. We did an entire exhibition on cities and also an entire collection. You know, it's very interesting how curation leads to collecting and collecting leads to curation. It's a very synergetic kind of a symbiotic relationship that happens, and which is very interesting when you look at modern and contemporary art. This is Hema Upadhyay is talking about Karode, which is the biggest slum we know now, not just in Asia, but in the world, and how it's so vulnerable, it's so precarious the way these houses coexist. And 8 by 12 is the title, which means each room or each house is just 8 into 12 feet. And now what is the artist using to depict? Using materials such as found objects, plastic toys, tin pieces, and bringing all of them together. And really taking care of such installations is really a challenge for a museum. And therefore, it's so important to train young conservators, have conservation training, and have conservation go beyond the conventional methods and strategies of conservation or techniques of conservation. I just wanted to show you a slide which has not come up well, but I was trying to show that yes, artists like Sengupta was one of the very important, very reputed artists from India, uses utensils, steel utensils, to create huge structures like a mushroom cloud, which is about 40 feet or so. Now, this also needs to be taken care of by the collection. If Kiran Nadar has acquired Sengupta's works, she will have to take care and have it, its diagnostic checkup time to time to see how these objects can be conserved for a very longer time. Next, please. We also bring in special exhibitions that have been collected by the rigor and by dedication of collectors through research and through many years of involvement, like architect Kuldeep Singh's collection of South Indian bronzes and South Tanjore paintings. And then we create that kind of an environment. Now, a collector would not give these kinds of really extraordinary works unless they understand that the museum will take care of it, will nurture it, will on day-to-day basis see that it is taken care of, it is in proper lighting, it is handled well, and of course, it is conserved well, if the need be. And often when works come to us, we realize that the framing is not good because they're old works, they are on a mount which is not good. So the museum must take up the responsibility really to put it under museum glass, of course, to get it conserved, to have archival mounts, to really have the best framing possible so that the work lives longer. Another view of the Tanjore show. Next, please. And of course, I think being a contemporary art museum does not restrict us to just looking at works by urban contemporary artists. It is equally important to look at practices that come from different regions and from tribal pockets. For instance, Jangar Singh Shyam's exhibition at KNMA was about an artist from an Adivasi tribe, but who did extraordinary work and had a very contemporary language that he created. And Abhishek Poddar from MAP collaborated with us on this exhibition because he lent his collection to do this exhibition in Delhi. And I think it's a great example set in terms of collaborating with different museums to really show works which are important and significant to talk about the discourse around contemporary art in India and Southeast Asia. Next, please. Mahinder Raj. Now, I was very interested in this, that the museum must not become a place just for visual art in terms of only painting and sculpture. It is so important to integrate and look at different art forms, and it should be a platform for such work to be shown, even if it means that you have to transform the spaces, you have to build certain kinds of infrastructure within the museum, certain kinds of vitrines, pedestals, and display techniques that can be brought in. And this is Mahinder Raj, who's a living legend, because he's the one who constructed and engineered, I think, most of the important modernist buildings in India, and so becomes a very important part of our story of modernism as we go forward. And this is the way the exhibition took place and was really very acclaimed and visited because of what was shown. His original construction and engineering drawings were shown, photographs were shown of how work was taking on, and even models in terms of explaining about it. Next, please. Another view of the show. And I think that is very important because audiences of all kinds must come into museums. Museums must be relevant to people across board, across disciplines, across whichever walk, wherever they come from, all walks of life. Next, please. Himmat Shah. So hammer on the square. This is how you enter the exhibition. And I was very, Himmat Shah is 90 years old now. It's very interesting that his practice actually, really, he's somebody who has felt, touched, and lived with Mother Earth, understood the importance of clay, how terracotta has been an ancient medium, used for craft, used for toys, as we can go back to prehistoric civilization, we can go back to Lothal when he was born, and yet now he uses terracotta and has invented new techniques to bring a very fresh contemporary sensibility to the medium. And that is its significance and relevance. Next, please. So you will see some images, attire being taken, being cast in terracotta medium. These are exhibition views from the Kiran Museum of Art. Next, please. Another view where he has taken cast and found objects. Next, please. And at times, it is interesting when an artist like Himmat Shah, who's so versatile in terms of working with different materials, he is also an artist who ran away from home, lived in wilderness and deserts of Rajasthan, and created these sculptures from whatever material he found on site, created these sculptures, and is left there to wither and disintegrate. Now, here the conservation's role is to what? To document these, because this has been a part of his artistic trajectory. And it is important that conservation exists also in a form of documentation or a preservation of what he did, which will not be there anymore. On the other side, you see his burnt paper collages. Now you can imagine this can be a conservator's nightmare, that he has burnt the paper with a cigarette and created these kinds of modernist forms or sculptural forms. One of the things that I learned while doing this exhibition was that you have to just keep them flat in trays, otherwise the edges are so fragile and vulnerable that they start disintegrating. Okay, now this is how we start learning, and it's a process. It's such a long drawn process. It's an everyday learning process in a museum, how we educate ourselves and how we educate and engage and bring that education also to audiences, to new collectors, to young people, to the ecosystem of art. Next, please. I have last 3-4 slides. This is, of course, the Venice Biennale, which was a great example of a public-private partnership. It was a collaboration Keynote did with the Government of India, Ministry of Culture, and CII. And here are Nandlal Bose's Haripura posters of 1938. And really, you know that Venice has these very, very challenging old structures as spaces to display, where you can't actually put anything on the walls that exist because they're ancient, they can fall out, there is a problem there. You have to recreate the entire architecture within to put the exhibition on, and that is what was done. Here is another young artist. I'm not going to show many images because it's not possible. Next, please. So we took this, we took the wall, we took some permissions to go back. We took some permissions to be able to use the architecture of the pavilion. And these are padukas created by Irina, which represent Gandhi. Gandhi, and it's called "We Together." Gandhi walking and people walking with him really for India's independence. And each paduka is painted or is sculpted or has some found objects on it, telling stories of how everybody really came together.
Roobina and Jayanta, we just have hardly 2 more minutes for you.
Yes, I will quickly finish. Yes. Next,
sure.
please.
Yeah, because otherwise we'll have no time for any.
Okay. So I'm just going to run through Jayashree Chakravarti's work, which is shown at Museum Gime. You can just read the material: dry leaves, medicinal stems, seeds, and handmade paper. And it's an installation you walk into to experience. Next, please. And this is how the installation was being put up at Museum Gime's Rotunda. Next, please. This is where I want to just quickly say, this is the new museum building of KNMA, which is coming up close to the Delhi airport. It is being built on 8 acres. Next, please. And it is designed by the architect David Adjaye. And I'm just showing some views there. There are a lot of things to read in terms of the permanent galleries, the conservation lab, the art storage, all of it that is coming in. And I think a place like this is needed in Delhi, in India. Next, please. Also because we believe that museums must be places for reflection, recreation, and conversations, to go on. Next, please. And our upcoming exhibitions, Raza's Centenary, Somnath Horse Centenary, both happening in April. Next.
Roobina, we got to move on. We got just one. Sorry,
and this is the last slide. Yes. Okay. So we are also collaborating with the Embassy of France and the French Institute and Al-Qazi Foundation, which are upcoming exhibitions. Thank you very much.
Sorry, the panel would have just for one question, please.
We're running seriously late. So I just have it's just thinking through the questions raised by today's 2 keynotes, is that, this is an open-ended question. Both of you can just respond to it. But I was just wondering about Singapore, for instance. Singapore has a British colonial heritage. It's a diverse country. It's a diverse population. So the Malay identity is woven with many other identities. And what does it actually mean to create something called national? How do you define national? I know that a few years ago, we in the Victoria Memorial Hall collaborated with an exhibition by the National Gallery of Singapore called The Artists and Empire. And I was wondering, how would curators in Singapore now, in the context of the conversations about the imperial legacy and race and slavery, would engage or would revisit that exhibition? This is a just general question, just a quick, maybe a couple of minutes.
First of all, I do not come from the curatorial, division, so I can't speak for them. But as far as the concept of the national collection in how we try to develop a collection is, we do look at the stories and the narratives that our museums would like to tell to the public. And of course, there is a very strong desire to put forth narrative, not a single narrative, but multiple narratives, from different lenses, that could actually help to bring really the people together. So that there is that element of what, I think one of our speakers, Culture Secretary mentioned about having pride and also identity of being a Singaporean. Singapore is a very small, a new nation, very new nation compared to India. So that journey of the nationhood and all that is still ongoing. So in terms of the museums, we are focusing really on the independence, the post-independence history currently. We do recognize the colonial past, and we do see how it shaped our perspectives and also how it has actually also helped define, our trajectory. But I think there is this desire to what Roobina, talked about, telling the story from the Singaporean perspective, even from the past, 700 years, which we have discovered our archaeology and all that. So I would say that there is no one single concept that we're talking about, but very layered, multiple meanings that we are actually hoping to unlock in this journey. Yeah.
Of course. Thank you so much. I think we have run out of time, Vinod, and I thank you so much, Heng and Roobina, for your insights, for giving us so many takeaways. And we will think through the questions that you have raised, and the conversation will continue after this summit is over, because that was the original plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, panel. Thank you, Jayanta. Thank you, Roobina.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you.
All right. Now we'll just move on to the fourth theme, the concluding theme for this summit. It's on education and audience engagement, where we're going to talk about best practices and techniques on communication, visitor experience and technology, both on-site and online. And for this one, our first keynote speaker is going to be Tasneem Mehta. So what we need to do is the technical team needs to get Tasneem Mehta, online. So Tasneem Zakaria Mehta is Managing Trustee and Honorary Director, Dr. Baudaji Lad Museum, Mumbai, and former Vice Chairman in TAC, the Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage. She's an art historian, curator, designer, and cultural activist who has successfully pioneered the revival and restoration of several cultural sites in Mumbai. Tasneem conceptualized, curated, designed, and implemented the restoration and revitalization of the museum and the ongoing exhibitions, education, and outreach programs. She has written and edited several articles and books and is a vice president of the International Council of the MoMA, New York. Tasneem was selected as a Mumbai hero by Mumbai Mirror, a Times of India publication, and has received several awards for her work. Over to you, Tasneem.
Good evening, friends. I'm delighted to join this global summit, Reimagining Museums in India. And I would like to congratulate the Ministry of Culture for taking this remarkable initiative. Museums, as we all know, are amazing spaces that have the potential to really impact people's lives. And I think we have to bring about a big change in our museums in the country. And it's wonderful that the ministry has now taken this initiative to go forward on that agenda. I have been with the Dr. Baudaji Lad Museum since 2003, since we took over the management of the museum through a public-private partnership. I'm managing director, managing trustee, and honorary director. The Baudaji Lad Museum, for those of you who have not visited and are not familiar with it, is Mumbai's oldest museum. It was formerly known as the Victoria and Albert Museum, Bombay, and was constituted in 1857. The building came up in 1872. And on May 2nd, 2022, the building will celebrate its 150th year. And it's quite an amazing coincidence that it will celebrate its 150th year at the same time that India will celebrate 75 years of Indian independence. It was renamed after Dr. Baudaji Lad, the eminent Indian scholar and secretary of the Museum Trust in 1975. The restoration and revitalization of the museum won the UNESCO Asia Pacific Award of Excellence. And here you see the restored museum and you see how radiant it looks. Here is the award. It's the highest award for cultural conservation. And this is the before and after of the museum building and the museum exterior. I'm giving you a little capsule about the museum, just so that you can understand how we did our programming and how we activated both this space, which was lying in a derelict condition and nobody knew anything about, and how we also repurposed the collection. It was restored through a public-private partnership between the Municipal Corporation and the Jamna Lal Bajaj Foundation and INTAC, of which I was earlier vice chairman. It is owned, of course, by the Municipal Corporation of Mumbai. And here you have the before and after of the building, and you can see just how gloomy it looked then. And you can see the transformation on the right. I also would like to just take the idea of museums and their significance to the community, to cities, to urban and smaller urban areas as well. And we need many more museums, in my opinion, because Professor James Clifford wrote that museums are contact zones. Objects are a way of opening up communication about culture and connections between communities in a museum. Objects make you rethink the role of museums, not only within their own cultural context, but also how we are connected to other cultures and people, other people. And that is a very, very significant objective to keep in mind when we are developing programming for the museum and outreach for the museum. And that has been throughout the kind of founding idea of our outreach. And I'd like to just give you a sense of the kind of response we get from people, from our community, from the Mumbaikars. I think you will see that it is one of the best loved museums in the city. It's very popular. It was, to just let you know, that it was unknown in the city before we did the restoration. And of course, when we did the restoration and got the UNESCO award, people were very excited. This was a wonderful new institution that had come up, and we were amazed at the extraordinary response that we got. And here, this is another very important endorsement of the work we do. When we opened last week on Thursday after the pandemic. We'd been closed for a while. And on the first Saturday, we got 900 visitors in one day. And even though it was restricted entry and to fully vaccinated people and timed tickets. So you see that there is a deep engagement of the local population with the museum. And I think that, given what has happened to us now with the pandemic, we need to reach out to our local constituency and have a much deeper relationship with them. And that is what we have tried to do. Of course, we've also publicized the museum at the international level, and now it is well known even internationally, as you will see. So our visitor feedback has been very positive. This is hands down the best museum about Mumbai. And this young visitor paid us a wonderful compliment. He said, the Ministry of Magic has been disguised as the BDL Museum. Now, as you know, the Ministry of Magic is from Harry Potter, and it's about how wonderful and magical this space is. On International Museum Day, we ask people to do little stickets and post it on a board that we put up. And we get these wonderful love letters from the community. So it's very gratifying. It keeps the morale and the motivation and the energy level high in the museum. We've also been very fortunate to have our political benefactors have been very supportive. The Chief Minister, former Chief Minister, was so inspired when he came to the museum that he said that he would like to make more museums, create more cultural infrastructure in the city that can take forward the cultural objectives of the city. And here you see Nicholas Sirota, the guru of museum directors in the UK, in London, and even in Europe, I think. He was the founding director of the Tate. And he has given us a wonderful response. So we get response at different registers from the ordinary people, from experts, from the political constituency. And it has been very positive till now. Of course, there are always, when you are a public institution, there are always questions and there are always negotiations that one has to work out. But that is part, of course. We encourage visitors to give us feedback about their responses, and this is both in English and in Hindi that we've created these forms. And I think that is very important because it enables us to understand the sort of visitor we have, what are their expectations, what would they like more from the museum. And we keep this dialogue with the visitor community going very actively, even through social media. Here you see that the maximum visitation is between the 13 and the 35 age group. And you see here that it is usually people come together, couples or families, and then group visits. Here, the visitor experience, we've been very blessed, has been excellent, mostly 63%, 31% good, and 1% have said it's poor. And that is usually because there's an issue with seating, or there's an issue with not being allowed to take water or food into the museum. And we have tried to address that. We've created a cafe, etc., where they can go to. So, and then this is you can see that it's mostly the local people who visit the museum. We have a growing international outreach and visitation. And these are people who come from nearby towns. And then this is the national visitors. So there tends to be much more of the local population. And therefore, we focus a lot on repeat visits, on creating constituency, creating a community around the museum. We do a lot of social media. I think this is absolutely critical now. You can't survive in any kind of profession if you are not on social media. So this is about our calendar, what to look forward to. And these are the kind of responses that we get from people. This is our website, which was highly acclaimed, and Apple used it for their advertising. As we do a quarterly newsletter, and we are building an archive of our objects, which will be up very soon, a deep archive where you can go in and see the details on this object and look at its history, its acquisition, etc. We're, of course, on the Google Cultural Institute. We were the first museum in Mumbai to be invited to join the Google platform in 2016, an image of the access to the Google Cultural Platform, and you can do a virtual walkthrough. And we've done exhibitions, online exhibitions. We also have a YouTube channel where it's called the BDL Museum Channel, and where all our seminars, outreach programs, etc., are recorded and put up if we've not been able to make it. These are some of the lectures that we have done. We do extensive lectures, seminars, outreach programming, both at an intellectual level for ordinary people who just want to gain a basic understanding of certain arts and crafts or certain paintings, etc. And then we do more deep investigations into a topic through seminars and through conferences. And you see, and this is some of the programming that we have. Now, this is absolutely essential to connect with people, because what it is you come together as a community, you explore a subject together. It creates a bonding, and it creates a bond with the institution. It creates a bond with your compatriots, with your other friends who are interested in the subject. And it's a platform for discussion on various subjects. So we focus not just on historical material, but also how it applies to our life today. Why is it important? What are the values that are being advocated? How can we improve our surroundings or learn from what is presented to us? And of course, sometimes it is just the sheer joy and beauty of the artwork that is very important. And especially during the pandemic, I feel that people have been coming to museums because it's a sort of comfort zone. You are in an environment that is extraordinary, beautiful, magical, with these amazing objects in which you time travel. And it takes you away from the daily problems that all of us face. So this is a very strong programming for children and for families. And again, I believe that this is extremely important, that we need to bring in the whole family. We need to get everybody excited about coming into the museum, because you're competing with so many other attractions, besides cricket and malls, etc. How do you gain that attention from people? And so we do a treasure hunt, and our very enterprising young team at the museum put this together. So this is for the Empress Noor Jahan, and this is the clue that they devised, which is decked in riches to show my supremacy. An empress like me takes a seat for a likeness which is truly a treat. And we have a really dynamic education team and museum team who are very dedicated. Most have been there for over 5 years to 10 years. And many have gone on to head institutions and other museums and even internationally. Jigsaw puzzle, crossword puzzle. We are on Spotify, and we have a playlist based on our Ragmala collection. And then we are devising other playlists, and we ask people to send in their favorite music, which would be appropriate for them. And here you see then our engagement with the media. Now, this is extremely important for the museum, because without this partnership, in a sense, with the media, because they have to love you too. And if they don't, then you're in trouble. And we've been fortunate. We get a huge amount of media coverage in the city, as you will see. The New York Times, and we get international coverage as well. The New York Times said we were the most interesting museum to visit on December 21st, 2018. And it said travelers pressed for time should head to the striking Dr. Bhargava Jalal Museum. And here the Washington Post said that we were the only museum to be featured in this article. We're also the top choice museum in Mumbai for Lonely Planet. And we're, of course, on all the other tourist guides that you have. We make it a point to engage with the tour operators, bring them in with the tourist guides. We've done special sessions for the tour operators and tourist guides because they, for example, big ships that come in with tourists, and we can sometimes, they bring in for us 600, 800 visitors and who love the museum and who are fascinated with the collection, and then of course go back and spread the word. Here again, you see that the response of the media, And it's not just the English media. We make it a point to engage with the local media, with the media in other languages. And we advertise a lot as well, because it's not sufficient that we have we depend just on print media. Also, by the way, on TV, Doordarshan did a whole program on us, a whole documentary on us. We also advertise in the art magazines and in India Today and in magazines of that kind when we have our special exhibitions. And on occasion, when we have international exhibitions, like we had with the partnership with the V&A Museum London, we also advertise on hoardings and on bus stops, etc. So that's the how do you bring in the visitor? How do you get their attention? And then, but to bring in this media attention, or even to put out information on social media, it needs to be based on exhibitions. Exhibitions are, of course, one of the core strategies and primary vehicle to bring in visitors. Because if the visitors come and see your collection once, unless you reassess it, re-look at it, and write about it from a different context, which is what all international museums, of course, do, which we don't do enough of in India. We need to do much more. People have no incentive to come back. So exhibitions has been the primary focus of what we do. And we do about 8 to 10 exhibitions a year in 2 spaces that we have. They're small spaces because we're a small museum. We're what is called a jewel box museum. But 85 exhibitions over the last 10 years is quite a remarkable feat. Museums activate collections and spaces by introducing an extensive exhibition program, which includes a series of curated exhibitions called Engaging Traditions. We invite young and established artists whose practice spans different art forms to respond to the museum collection, history, and archives. These exhibitions include carefully researched connections with the permanent collection and address contemporary issues, allowing space for discussions. So here we have themed exhibition. Asymmetrical Objects was about the Anthropocene. And here you see some images from that. Then we had an exhibition called Connecting Threads, Textiles in Contemporary Practice, which was juxtaposed with our own classical collections and looking at the whole history of textiles and how textiles has been one of the most important reasons that, of course, Mumbai developed. And here you see this is a take on the colonial history and how the colonial exploitation of textiles. And here, this is our textile collection. And then we do a deep dive into our own collections. So we have wonderful paintings by Durandar, and these are some of the prints we have by Durandar. So we did an exhibition based on the artist Durandar, where we did a lot of research. We've done exhibitions which are collaborations, and I again believe that this is very, very important, because an institution can't do everything by itself. It is meant to be a community center. You need to bring in other voices. You need to bring in curators, artists, and gallery. Even though galleries are commercial institutions, they do a lot to promote Indian art. And I think it's very important that we engage with these. Of course, you have regulations and rules, etc. But the point is to understand that we're all in the same boat. We're all trying to do the same thing, which is to give a platform to our wonderful culture, to Indian art, to our artists, to strengthen that constituency. And here, this is a exhibition with the Al-Qazi Foundation, Birds of India with the Delhi Art Gallery, which has been hugely successful. And then we had a wonderful exhibition with the Kunsthistorische Institute Florence and the Museum of the Opera del Dormo. course, the Duomo is the great masterpiece in Florence. And Ghiberti's Gates of Paradise are just extraordinary. And we were able to collaborate with them and to bring these gates to Mumbai. And it had a phenomenal response from the city. It's really an extraordinary work. And we've had a wonderful exhibition with the US Consulate where we looked at the relationship between the US and India. And then we had a very interesting collaboration with the Guggenheim Lab where we did urban research about cities and issues that confront cities and how they grow and how they develop. And then we have collaborations with craftspeople where we have exhibitions with various craft organizations and help to promote their artists as well as do demonstrations, etc. So the International Council of Museums says education is regarded as among the fundamental functions of museums, together with research and conservation. I would say education is really the most important function of the museum. Meaning making and the visitor's personal experience in museums are strongly related. So how do you ensure that visitors will enjoy and take back a great memory and want to come back again and will learn, of course, as well and get you? And how have you managed to successfully communicate your message to them? So this is what the core of what we do, of course, and the core of what most museums do. And this is just a very recent session that we had. And then you see we did a wonderful session related to our textile exhibition on digital embroidery. And here you can see everybody working on it. Seminars, as I said, when the curators and artists walk through this, the artist Atul. And then we, of course, do children's festivals. The Carnival Festival is a whole day festival that we do for children, where there's theater and reading stories and games, etc. Created these worksheets around our collections, which we put together in-house. And you can see the wonderful response of children's pottery. They make a pot, they understand what a pot is, they draw what a pot is, and then they go back and they'll never forget what a pot is all about. Physics and Mumbai City. This is STEAM sessions that we have, curriculum-based learning. And then this is the STEAM sessions that we have looking at marine life around Mumbai, etc. And then, of course, we do what all museums also do, which is audio guides and circulation maps. And then these are little brochures that you can buy for just 10 rupees. And they give you a sense of the museums. It becomes a memento that you take back. And this visitor highlight and visitor guide, which also has the map in it, is again a little memento which is given free with your ticket. The diploma program that we have on Indian art history and curatorial studies is focused on modern contemporary, but it includes a comprehensive, holistic perspective of the evolution of Indian art. We've had students come from Bhutan, we've had students come from Dubai, we have students come from Gujarat and from Delhi. And students have gone on to universities like Yale and the Art Institute of Chicago, who've accepted our course as a bridge course, which is really quite remarkable. So that even though we are not affiliated with the university, we still have achieved the status of a university course. And here are the students. And we do a lot of adult learning, of course, expert lectures, outreach to municipal schools, outreach to international students, outreach to adults, heritage walks to discover the city because we're in the Mumbai City Museum, and our outreach to the community around us. So we have done a detailed cultural mapping of the whole Bickersteth area where we are, which is a very important historic area of Mumbai. We do conservation workshops for people. People are very interested in learning how objects are restored, training. And then we have a comprehensive training of museum staff. We give them incentives, we give them awards. And here they are with the artist, Pranit Soy, and he's explaining his exhibition to them. They can talk to you about as well as I can about all the exhibitions and the collection. Docent and internship opportunities, very important. Our docents are an important part of our museum community. Teacher training, again, very important. We do a lot of teacher training in Marathi, Hindi, and English. And then we have this Community Action Service CAS program at the IB schools. And again, these children have come in and done amazing things for us. And this was a wonderful initiative. The police commissioner called and said, could you help us train our museum staff? And so we did a one-week training program for the police, 40 police men and women who were going to manage the museum. And then we look at the museum, so that is all about the collections, okay? And then we have said that the museum is a cultural commons. So we do work around exhibitions, around our collections, but we also engage with many other art forms that are related, because culture in a sense is an integrated, holistic idea, particularly Indian culture. And you see, we have movies, we have theater, we have intensive program in local language in Marathi, and we have classical music concerts and folk music performances. This is young people doing fusion music. And then we take the museum out to the community. So just rather than asking people only to come to us, we also go out to people. We go to the community, we do programming for schools, we do programming for neighborhoods and for different societies, etc. And here we work with children with special needs. This is a very important part of our agenda. We work with a blind school, and these are cancer children. And we go out to them because they can't come, they are immunocompromised. And so we go to them to be able to do this programming with them. And they absolutely love it, and you can see that here. And then another thing that we do, which is important, which I think is a very important part of what museums do now, is to create mementos for people to take back from the museum. People love to shop, and people come to a place, and especially a lot of international visitors, they want to take back something that will remind them of their visitors or a gift for somebody. So we've done a lot of objects based on our collection. So trade, cafe, very important, give people a place to rest and to recuperate, especially because a museum visit is a fairly intense visit. And then lots of publications, again, because research is a fundamental aspect of enabling education. And so we do every exhibition that we have, there is a publication. And what we have done during the pandemic, during the 2 years when we were closed to the public, we have done intensive research on the connection between the museum and the city. And this book, which is going to be out soon at the end of March, it's published by HarperCollins, 380 pages, detailed, with wonderful photographs and a lot of information about trade and about objects. So just to give you a quick idea, this is something about Mumbai and their textiles and religious deities, and that's the book. And then how do museums activate audiences? How do they bring in audiences? Part of it is to reimagine and reinvent their brief. So museums internationally do that by creating new galleries, besides exhibitions, of course, creating new galleries, creating new spaces, and sometimes doing a building. And that creates a lot of excitement to show collections which are not shown. And so we did that. In 2014, we worked 2 years on the plan. And this was the brief to the architects: to respect the historic site, the scale of the museum, sustainability, exemplary design, enhance the work of the museum, reflect the decorative arts and craft tradition of the museum to create a cultural campus. We got 104 international and local submissions. Almost all the international architects of repute applied. And we had a fantastic jury. You can see these are all very eminent people, from director of the DNA, Anand Mahindra, Shyam Benegal, Homi Bhabha, the late Mr. Tikekar, Sen Kapadia, and of course the commissioner chaired the jury. And here is Stephen Hall speaking to a very excited audience of 500 people. He won the Premium Imperiale in 2014. He's a very eminent architect. Here he is with President Biden, and this is Stephen Hall. He did the extension for the Kennedy Center, and he is so excited about doing the project in Mumbai. He can't wait to come to India. Everybody loves India. Everybody wants to engage with India. And we made it mandatory that all international architects have to partner with an Indian architect. So he, in fact, partnered with Opolis, who did the Bihar Museum as well. This project has gone into hold for various reasons, but we hope that it will materialize in the near future. So here you see the building. Here is the entrance, water, green space. These are critical elements. This is a rooftop little water body that Hall has created. And here you can engage with the 19th century building through these outlook points. And here you see, so this is a rendition of the interior of the museum. It's completely the opposite of what the 19th century building, which looks at classical architecture. This is completely modern and sculptural in its form and completely asymmetrical. So it's a counterpoint to what was there earlier. And I think that is also very important, that when we think about architecture today, it needs to be inspiring. It needs to be also something different from what was there earlier. We need to create our own language that reflects the moment of now. And this was what was planned for the new museum. It would be very exciting if it happens. And of course, we'll give Mumbai a world-class space, though we are already, I would say, a world-class space, but it will expand that limit. And so to come back to the idea of education and outreach, it is what makes museums living entities. Everything we do is about connecting with people. And so that has been our core objective. And I'm so happy that I've been able to share this journey with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tasneem. So now it's my delight and privilege to invite the next keynote speaker, Thomas Patrick Campbell. Tom, he served for over a decade as director and CEO of two major US art museums, the Metropolitan Museum of Art from 2009 to 2017, and the Fine Arts Museum of San Francisco since 2018. Thomas P. Campbell has dedicated his life to the preservation, study, and promotion of art as a gateway to human understanding. Since joining the Fine Arts Museum, he has worked together with the board and staff to strengthen the institution's ties to local communities through an ongoing free Saturdays program, through key acquisitions and partnerships, and through the DYoung Open, an open invitational exhibition that celebrates creativity in the Bay Area. A distinguished art historian, Campbell joined the Metropolitan Museum of Art's curatorial ranks in 1995. Following his appointment as director, he led a revitalization and modernization program achieved through award-winning exhibitions and publications, major capital projects, and historic donations of work of art. Over to you, Tom.
Vinod, good morning, and thank you for that kind introduction. I'm going to be sharing, my colleague is going to be sharing some slides. There we go. Good. Good evening to our audience in India and to those of you tuning in from elsewhere. I'm honored by the invitation to participate in this summit, and I want to thank everyone involved, especially the Indian Ministry of Culture. We're living in a moment in history when a global pandemic has connected the world in previously unimaginable ways. Over the course of the past 2 years, COVID has revealed and exacerbated global issues of inequality and injustice. Against this background, the role that museums play in our communities has never felt more important. In my remarks today, I'm going to start by talking about the legacy of art museums in the US as the basis for discussing some of the issues that they're currently facing. I've had the privilege of working at 2 major museums, the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York and the Fine Art Museums of San Francisco. So I'm going to draw largely on my experience at these 2 museums, but my comments really relate to many other museums in the US. Next slide. There are approximately 200 art museums across the US, ranging in size from small university art museums to behemoths like the MoMA and the Metropolitan in New York. All play a key role in the cultural, educational, and economic life of the communities in which they're located. Many of the larger museums were established between 1870 and 1930 in what was essentially a golden age for US museums. Founded by US citizens who desired to emulate the best of the European world, it was in this period that the great museums of New York, Boston, Philadelphia, Washington, Chicago, and San Francisco, among others, were created. While these nascent museums differed in all sorts of ways, next slide, they were united by a fundamental focus on education. Indeed, in turbulent cities like New York, the establishment of museums was seen as one way of civilizing the masses at a time when there was a huge influx of immigrants and related poverty and racial unrest. Quite how these museums were going to address and engage those masses was not something that was fully formulated. For example, the Met was closed on weekends for the first decades of its existence, effectively excluding working class families from its offerings. But for all their flaws, these museums did see education as a core mission. Next slide. When these new US museums were formed, they had to start their collections from scratch and were dependent on the gifts of their founding benefactors. But during the last decades of the 19th century and the first half of the 20th century, the larger museums began to amass enormous collections, aided by the power of the US dollar and the sale of many European collections because of economic and political upheavals in the old world. Next slide. In addition, several of the larger US museums undertook archaeological expeditions in the Middle East, benefiting from a process known as partage, whereby the finds made in each digging season were divided between the source country and the sponsor of the dig. When source countries discontinued that process in the 1930s, US museums and collectors fed their appetite for antiquities through the ever-expanding art trade, some of which depended heavily on illegal activities. Next slide. During this period, most of the larger US museums supported educational departments that reflected the current educational fashions of the time. Lecture programs for adults and class visits for school children were a major part of the museum's work. But in a society that was still deeply divided along racial lines, that meant that these efforts were predominantly directed at a white audience. During the 1960s, with the civil rights era, museums made new efforts to engage with communities of color, but these efforts were often clumsy at best. For example, when the Met organized an exhibition about Harlem in 1969, the show was organized by white curators without engaging members of the Harlem community. The protests against this show provided a cautionary tale to art museums about the sensitivities involved in such new efforts at inclusivity. The implicit racial bias of US museums, like those in Europe, was reinforced by the hierarchies of value attached to the art collections. Mediterranean antiquities and European art collections generally occupied pride of place in the most important galleries, with colonial American art enjoying a lesser but still high status. Art from Asia and the Middle East was often located in secondary galleries and viewed through an exoticizing Orientalist lens. The arts of Africa, Native and South America, and Oceania were typically treated as lesser art forms. Indeed, when the Met finally embraced collections from these areas of the world, it did so by accepting the Rockefeller collection, known at the time as the Museum of Primitive Art. The underlying discriminatory nature of much museum activity was reinforced by two other fundamentals of the American art world in the mid-20th century. First, the art history establishment had become increasingly specialized during the second third of the century, and aspiring museum curators were expected to have graduate degrees in their chosen field of study. As successful curators were typically the people who were promoted into leadership and directorial positions, the hierarchies of museum culture were hard to break. A second tendency that had a profound impact on the culture of US art museums was that the majority were charitable entities dependent on the generosity of local philanthropists. In order to cultivate the support of rich donors, museums created a smorgasbord of glamorous parties and fundraisers accompanied by special privileges. The consequence was that many museums were seen as intellectually and socially elitist. Indeed, during the 1970s, the Met was nicknamed the Party Palace. When I began my museum career at the Met in 1995, many attitudes were developing, and there was a much more sophisticated approach developing to the collections. But it still had its share of these issues. By then, there was a sizable education department that ran a substantial concerts and lectures program, but it was still largely attended by rich white New Yorkers. There was some outreach to the local communities of color, handled in part by the education department and in equal part by the marketing department. But there was little encouragement for the curatorial body, who were the main generators of the museum's program, to be involved in that outreach work. That old world attitude was about to be challenged. One important stimulus to change was the example coming out of the United Kingdom, where Tony Blair's Labour government began to exert pressure on UK museums to justify their government funding by broadening their programs to a wider socio-economic audience, a wider spectrum of visitors. A second factor driving change in the US was close to home, a recognition that the fundamental demographics of the US were changing, and that by 2040, the white population in many US cities would be in the minority. If museums wished to stay relevant to their local communities, they needed to take greater account of the sizable African American, Latinx, and Asian American populations around them. I became the director of the Met in January 2009. At the time, it was clear to me that while one of my top responsibilities was to sustain the scholarship for which the Met was renowned, it would be equally important to make new efforts to diversify and widen its audiences. Early in my tenure, I brought directors and educators from other museums in Europe and the US to talk about the initiatives that they were taking. I remember being especially impressed by experiments that the British Museum was undertaking to analyze the behavior patterns and needs of different types of visitors, from art world aficionados to families to first-time visitors and local and international tourists. We began to follow suit at the Met, undertaking surveys of what our own audiences wanted. One survey in particular took us all by surprise. We asked first-time visitors if they had enjoyed their experience and whether they would come back to the Met. A high percentage, something like 45%, said that they didn't think the Met was a place for them. It really struck home that there were many factors about the Met at the time that were alienating to potential audiences, especially audiences of colour. This realization led to a slew of new initiatives. We started an advertising campaign with the slogan, "It's time we met," showing everyday visitors in the galleries, families, couples, individuals. We printed new catalogues and guides in multiple languages. We expanded our exhibition program to have a higher percentage of exhibitions about fashion, photography, and modern art, as well as paying new attention to African American, Latinx, and Native American art. My appointment as director had coincided with the rapid growth of digital technology, and we invested heavily in getting our collections online, creating engaging content about those collections, and wiring the galleries so that people could access information from their smartphones that were increasingly ubiquitous at the time. The education department started new initiatives like Teens Take the Met, when we brought in kids from all over the New York area and let them have a great big party with music and art-making activities. Fundamentally, the goal was to get people of all ages and all racial demographics into the museum, to give them permission to have a good time so that they would feel welcome. This wasn't about dumbing down scholarship, but it was about making the museum a friendlier place. The net result was a huge increase in attendance. Between 2009 and 2017, the Met's annual attendance grew from 4.5 to 7 million, an increase of over 50%. The audience became younger and more diverse, and the Met felt like it had evolved from being a slightly stodgy, old-fashioned and dusty institution into something dynamic, cutting edge, a space that combined historic and contemporary in exciting and groundbreaking ways. I stepped down from my role at the Met in 2017, and after a sabbatical year, I became the director of the Fine Art Museums in San Francisco at the end of 2018. For those of you who are unfamiliar with these institutions, they comprise two museums: the California Palace of the Legion of Honor in Lincoln Park, seen here, which houses our Mediterranean antiquities and our European art collections, and the de Young Museum in Golden Gate Park, which houses our American, African, Oceanic, and modern collections. Like many of its peer institutions, the Fine Art Museums had a collection that embraced many international cultures. And like museums across the US, it had begun to make new efforts to build the collections in ways that gave new attention and respect to artists of color, especially African American and Native American artists. But lacking a large endowment, the museums were dependent on its exhibition program to drive attendance and membership sales, and the exhibitions that drew large audiences were typically those that featured white male artists. One exhibition that had been scheduled before my arrival featured the artist Gauguin, who had recently become the subject of a heated Me Too discussion because of his abuse of young women in Polynesia. I recall discussions with staff in which we decided that the way to move forward was to be very open about his questionable behavior, to give identity to the women he lived with and abused. And the exhibition was accompanied by a film made with local artists from Samoa, commenting on their mixed feelings about Gauguin's legacy. This episode was just the start for us of a larger discussion about the colonial legacy of both European and US museums, a discussion that has become more urgent in recent years as public pressure has pushed museums to confront the degree to which their collections were in part, at least in part, acquired by European and American colonialists, often from native populations who are being exploited in one way or another. Many museums have turned a blind eye to such histories for much of their existence, and many of the stories we tell about our collections implicitly whitewash the circumstances of their acquisition and heroize white explorers and patrons and artists in ways that are profoundly misleading. One work that we acquired shortly after my arrival in San Francisco spoke directly to this issue. It's a film which is shown on a screen about 60 feet wide that in the course of about 50 minutes reimagines the arrival of Captain Cook in the Pacific Islands. It was in part inspired by French wallpapers of the early 19th century. We see one here on the right-hand side that depicted the native population as noble savages and Cook as a hero. In this film, created by the artist Lisa Rana, who is half Maori herself, she created detailed reenactments based on diaries and contemporary accounts that portrayed in a poetic but much more thought-provoking account of the encounter between the Europeans and the native populations. Next slide. As part of my early work after arriving in San Francisco, we undertook a survey of the strengths and weaknesses of the museum. One of my early realizations was that while the museums had a strong membership base, indeed one of the largest in the country, with over 100,000 member households, there was not a strong sense of connection to the wider Bay community, especially to communities of color. Again, it was a case that the museum was perceived as being for rich white San Franciscans rather than a wider audience. So to rebalance that sense, we launched a free Saturday program that was intended to make the museums more accessible. Over the last 2 years, this program has been a great success, effectively doubling our audiences on Saturdays and greatly diversifying that audience, both in socioeconomic terms and in terms of race. This was one of a number of strategies that we developed in a new strategic plan that was approved by the Museum Board in January 2020. But we had barely begun work on some of these new initiatives when life in San Francisco, as elsewhere in the world, was interrupted by the COVID pandemic, leading to the closure of the museum in March 2020. Like cultural institutions across the globe, we had to transition our efforts online. During the year or so that we were closed, we organized numerous online lectures, classes, events, and podcasts. It was a year of experimentation and innovation. One of the efforts of which I'm most proud, and that really linked us to the community, was an exhibition that we organized for artists in the Bay Area, which took place in the fall of 2020, when we were allowed to reopen for 2 months. We had expected a few hundred submissions to our open call. In the event, we got more than 11,000 from more than 6,000 artists. We selected about 750 works, which were hung salon style. All works were for sale, and the proceeds went entirely to the artist to help them in that difficult period. The show was such a success that we now plan to make it a triennial event. While the fine art museums were managing our way through the health and financial impacts of the pandemic, we were, in effect, overtaken by a larger socio-political situation in America, catalyzed by the murder of George Floyd in Minneapolis on May the 25th, 2020. Floyd's murder followed the deaths of many other people of color at the hands of the police in previous years, releasing an outcry of outrage across the country. The outrage was fueled by the increasing polarization of the country under the presidency of Donald Trump. For me and the Fine Art Museums, this was a period of profound reflection. I had always thought of myself as a liberal, introducing meaningful change, first at the Met and then at the Fine Art Museums. But in the fall of 2020, through countless discussions with museum staff and with peers at other museums, I came to see the degree to which US museums were systemically racist in a way that I had never fully comprehended. I saw with new eyes the degree to which our collections centered art by mostly white, mostly male, mostly European and American artists, while displaying works from artists elsewhere through a slightly different, more anthropological lens. I understood anew the degree to which our institutions were founded by mostly white people and had been sustained over the decades by mostly white philanthropists. And I saw afresh the degree to which the stories and information we provided about our collections were mostly geared to white audiences. The corollary of these reflections was the degree to which the museums were fundamentally alienating to non-white audiences. So, in the course of late 2020, we rewrote our strategic plan, centering diversity and inclusion in our strategy and tactics, right alongside initiatives to strengthen the museum's ties to Bay Area communities. Since then, the Fine Art Museums have been engaged in a strenuous effort to become an anti-racist organization. In regard to the permanent collections, we started a process to rewrite the gallery labels to tell more objective stories, trying to step back from the comfortable heroizing narratives that we have told to white audiences and being much more upfront about the history of slavery and Native American displacement. In the picture that you see on the screen, some of our young outreach professionals are examining an extraordinary ceramic jar by the 19th century enslaved American artist David Drake, positioned prominently in our Civil War era gallery at the De Young. This object, which we acquired last year, allows us to center the issue of the American slavery system, which has been so often historically marginalized in museums. In our exhibition program, we had already begun centering women artists and artists of color, but now many of these exhibitions have been further developed to reflect the heightened sensibilities of the time. For example, an installation of the Kenyan artist Wangechi Mutu at the Legion of Honor last year became a meditation on the colonial nature of the Legion of Honor and its collections through the addition of sculptures that Mutu created for this show during the COVID pandemic. A current installation of the work of the Chinese American artist Heng Lu in our central courtyard at the De Young speaks to the discrimination and abuse suffered by Asian immigrants in the US. As we seek to diversify our programs, we recognize that all we do to serve our communities must be rooted in internal change. And so, over the course of the past 18 months, the Fine Art Museum staff has undergone extensive anti-racism trainings that have helped us to identify and root out biased practices in our own workplace culture, with the aim of making our offices more inclusive and equitable. Part of this has involved shifting our hiring practices to address historic imbalances in our staff demographics at both junior and senior levels. Looking towards the next generation of museum professionals, we have established paid internships, fellowships, and entry-level positions in an effort to counter the historically elitist and exclusionary aura of museums and the high barriers to entry into the field. Among the new voices that can be found in our galleries are those of our interpretation and outreach associates. We designed these roles for emerging museum professionals coming from intersectional backgrounds. In our galleries, these young people facilitate conversations with families, students, and other members of the public. We have also brought new thinking to our educational outreach to local schools by devising a new program called the Equity School Partnership. This program involves sending artist educators into school classrooms to help teachers develop lessons that are culturally responsive to the students' needs and to provide art materials to those students. We'll also then bus them back to the museum for visits at the museums. On the screen, you see the locations of the Diang and the Legion of Honor, along with the schools that this pilot program is serving, and we'll expand it to further schools at the end of this year. On the digital front, our extended closure earlier in the pandemic underscored the need for us to upgrade our website. If you visit our website today, you'll encounter a confused user interface that does not properly communicate who we are, what we do, and what we offer. Our new site, due to launch later this year, will do a much better job. As in our galleries, we want our website to be a space that sparks inspiration, curiosity, and cross-cultural dialogue. All that I've just described is a work in progress, and within the context of the United States' current socio-political situation, none of this has been easy or comfortable. Even as large swathes of the population recognize the need to counter systemic racism with swift and profound change, an almost equally large population living in the country rejects change in favor of stasis or even of regression. Change is hard, and as museum leaders, we inevitably get pushback from our staff, from our boards, and from our visitors. Just to give you one example, lately I've been getting a lot of letters from the public objecting to the new labels we have written for paintings of famous American figures, such as George Washington, the first president of the United States. Washington is a hero to many white Americans, but for all of his strengths, he also played a key role in establishing a nation that waged genocidal wars against its native inhabitants. He was also an enslaver who perpetuated the American slavery system against his better judgment and when he could have played a pivotal role in abolishing it. Some of our visitors are shocked and offended that we should discuss such issues in our labels. Yet I strongly believe that it is our responsibility to tell history as factually as we can. We are curators of objects, but we are also curators of stories. And never has the effort to tell full, nuanced stories been more important. To conclude, we live in challenging times. Museums are responding to this moment in many ways, sometimes with success, sometimes with painful lessons. In spite of these challenges, indeed, perhaps because of them, I believe that this is maybe the most exciting time to be involved in the American museum industry, really since it was founded in the 19th century. Our educational mission has never been clearer and more urgent, incorporating new understanding of our responsibility to all audiences and benefiting from the opportunities of new technology to take our mission beyond our museum walls. This is truly a period where, if we are successful, we have the opportunity to transform museums into a more inclusive, welcoming, and accessible space that can promote empathetic, historically grounded conversations for the communities that we serve. Thank you very much again for inviting me, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Tom. It's good to see you and good to hear from you. Now we'll just move on to the last panel discussion. This format's going to be slightly different, where I'm actually going to introduce one of the panelists because that panelist has sent a 2-minute recorded video. We'll do that first, and after that, I'll introduce a panel chair who will introduce the other 2 panelists. Justin Simmons is Deputy Mayor for Culture and the Creative Industries. She was Head of Culture for the Mayor of London for over a decade and has played a central role in the cultural revitalization of London. Justin was awarded an OBE in the 2015 Queen's New Year Honours List for services to culture in London. She believes culture is central to London's success as a global city and has the power to transform lives and places. She has conceived and delivered the Mayor's statutory culture strategy since the inception of the GLA, enshrining culture at the core of public life. She has shaped the Mayor's investment strategy for the creative industries and overseen City Hall's work across music, theatre, film, fashion, design, games, and art, including building the 4th Plinth Commission into the UK's biggest sculpture prize. Justin founded and is chair of the World Cities Culture Forum, a major global initiative on culture and the future of cities, involving 30 cities worldwide. Justin also played a lead role in the cultural program for the London 2012 Olympics and Paralympic Games, staging the capital's biggest ever festival with over 5,000 events. Prior to the mayor's office, Justin spent over a decade in the field of contemporary dance, producing, commissioning, and running festivals and venues. We'll play her video first, and then I'll come back and introduce the panel.
Hello, my name's Justine Simons and I'm the Deputy Mayor for London for Culture and the Creative Industries, and I'm delighted to join you here today. It's my pleasure to have been invited by the Indian Ministry of Culture to provide an introductory message for this important panel. As chair of the World Cities Culture Forum, now more than ever, it's vital that we learn collectively within our global community, where ideas and best practices can be shared together. Culture is part of our DNA, part of our identity here in London and around the world. Before the pandemic, culture and the arts were bringing in £58 billion to our economy here in London every year. 1 in every 6 jobs in the capital was a creative one, and 4 out of 5 visitors to London came because of culture. But culture is about more than the things that we can count on a spreadsheet. Engaging with culture improves the health and well-being of all of us. It offers young people a positive life path, revitalises our neighbourhoods, and brings us together. Culture is making a major contribution to our lives as individuals and to the success of our city as a whole. Which is why here in London, we've made 2 flagship investments to deliver new world-class museums and culture in London. Museums remain some of the most visited cultural venues across the world. Museums are our anchor points for society. They're also social spaces where we gather and meet. Museums are where we learn about ourselves and each other, where we reflect on our past and imagine our futures. Museums are critical as both social and cultural infrastructure. They provide the invitation for us to come together, something that we've all very much missed during the pandemic. And that's as much in London as it is in India and in cities all around the world too. So thank you again for this kind invitation, and may I wish you all the very best for these important discussions.
Thank you so much, Justine, for that video. And now it's my privilege to introduce the panel chair for this session, Mr. Arijit Datta Chaudhary. Arijit is currently the Director General of the National Council of Science Museums, an autonomous body under the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. He started his career in the automobile industry, and since his joining the council in 1987, has been involved in curation of new galleries, designing and fabrication of hands-on and interactive exhibits, and subsequently the execution of science center projects on turnkey basis and NCSM's first planetarium at Nagpur. He has worked in various capacities at science museums, centers of the council at Bhubaneswar, Nagpur, Mumbai, Siliguri, and Kolkata, before taking over as the director of Science City, Kolkata in 2019, where he was involved in setting up India's first digital panorama, a dark ride, and several other visitor facilities. During his career spanning over 34 years, his primary focus has been in developing interactive exhibits for visitor engagement to disseminate science education through informal modes of communication suitable in a science museum, science center environment. He has contributed immensely to the development of new methods of engagement through electromechanical techniques and digital technologies. He was appointed as Director General NCSM in March 2019 and is now primarily involved in developing new science centers across the country under the Ministry of Culture's scheme for promotion of culture of science. He also holds the additional charge of Director, Indian Museum, Kolkata since September 2019. So over to you, Arjit. So what I suggest is you'll probably have between 35 to 40 minutes for your panel session. Please go ahead and introduce the panel.
Thank you, Vinod. Good evening, eminent panelists, viewers and dignitaries. It's a great privilege for me to chair the last panel discussion on this Global Summit on Education and Audience Engagement. Museums are dynamic interdisciplinary learning spaces, and education and audience engagement is at the heart of any museum's diverse activities. India, with the implementation of the National Education Policy 2020, is headed into a century in which museums, with huge collections of artifacts of art, culture, science and technology, etc., and with immersive, experiential, self-directed and hands-on learning, will be sailing into the educational mainstream rather than adding at the fringe. There is therefore a need to explore new modes and models of audience engagement, especially for the young generation in all our museums. I take this opportunity to introduce the distinguished panelists for this session. I look forward to our eminent panelists to deliberate on best practices and technologies on communication, visitor experience, and technology, both on-site and online. The first panelist I would like to introduce is Dr. Shikha Jain. Dr. Shikha Jain has an extensive portfolio on cultural heritage of India that covers conservation, world heritage, and museum planning of 60+ projects, largely realized through her organization, Drona. She has led 18+ museum and interpretation center projects from design to execution across several states of India for various central and state government organizations, besides working on projects for international bodies such as UNESCO, WMF, and the Getty Foundation. Her design of Indian Garden for the National Horticulture Board, India, based on the theme of Hinduism and Buddhism, received the Gold Award at the Beijing Horticultural Expo, China in October 2019. The Rajasthan State Archives Museum, Bapu Museum at Vijayawada, John Marshall Museum and Buddhist Interpretation Center at Sachi are three of her recently completed works in 2021. Her ongoing works include the Patnam Museum, Indian Museum, Kolkata, and the Museum of Word at the National Library, also in Kolkata. So I welcome you to this session. I'll now introduce our next panelist, Mr. Tarun Thakrel. Mr. Tarun Thakrel is primarily a hotelier with over 35 years of experience in the hospitality industry in India and abroad. To pursue his hobby and passion in vintage and classic cars, in 1996, Tarun founded the Heritage Transportation Trust to promote the preservation of modes of transportation that have been used in India. As its founder and managing trustee, the trust developed India's first comprehensive transport museum, Heritage Transport Museum, which opened its doors to visitors in December 2013. It is located on the outskirts of New Delhi near Gurgaon and has been built on a 3.01 acre land encompassing 95,000 square foot area with exhibition galleries, library and reference center. It also includes mini auditorium, museum, souvenir shop, seminar rooms and a refreshment area. The museum is home to more than 3,500 curated objects on display that weave a tale of India's colorful transportation history. The museum has won many national and international awards, including the prestigious National Tourism Award for being the most innovative and unique tourism project in the country. Tarun today actively divides his role in the hospitality industry as well as in the museum field. Now it is my pleasant duty to request Dr. Shikha Jain to kindly deliberate on this topic, and we'll be glad if you could restrict it to maybe around 5 to 6 minutes as the initial introduction, and probably we come back again to you with questions from the audience. So over to Dr. Shikha Jain.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for the introduction. A very good evening to everyone across the world, our esteemed audience, and my special thanks to the Ministry of Culture for inviting me here today. I'm delighted to present my views on education and audience engagement at this session. As we design and launch new museums or upgrade old ones in the country, it is most essential that the museum narratives and stories connect with people. Our museums today need to engage, interact, and enlighten all minds of all age groups. As museum professionals, we need to respond to the challenges of evolving multiple perspectives for a varied audience through engaging storylines, greater interactivity, and selective use of ever-changing technology. The future of our museums clearly lies in more and more engagement with a wider audience. I hope you're able to see my presentation. Yeah. I will share some of my experiences while designing museums in the last few years, and especially during the COVID period, which has resulted in a paradigm shift for audience engagement in the museum design. It has become essential for a museum to be hybrid in the sense have a physical presence along with a parallel virtual presence to target all kinds of audience from local to global. Digital is an important tool today to narrate the curatorial stories. And also the museums are moving out, extending from the interpretation centers to the larger surroundings, which has been also mentioned by some of our keynote speakers. And this is can be seen in this Sachi Interpretation Center, which extends into the Buddhist Cultural Park, showcasing the trees which are part of Buddhist texts and philosophy with QR codes and a Jataka one for the children to interact with. In a similar note, Indian Garden at Beijing was designed to showcase architectural icons as well as artifacts from the museums across India, and with an outreach calendar linking all the people with the culture connect for the global audience. And the artifacts that specifically associate with the trees symbolizing nature and its significance, such as the Krishna under the Kadam tree, one of the iconic artifacts from Indian Museum. And other examples such as immersive ones for this one you can see from Shahid-e-Azam Bhagat Singh Museum, which looks at audiovisuals as well as immersives and interactives for children. All these become very significant. Coming to museums where we are associated with collections, it is very important because 80% of museums in India are largely collections based, and communication about these collections is very critical. Our museums need to look inward to the underused assets and permanent collections and figure how to connect with people. As an example, this Rajasthan State Archives Museum, where we dealt with showcasing documents, started with an infrared 3D mapping technology, complete walkthrough since it was launched during the COVID period in August 2020. And it also looks at the documents and their interpretations, such as this 18 feet long treaty, which is interpreted along with the timeline so that people can connect to it, largely because the language and the script is not communicative enough as just a display of the artifact. In a similar manner, digital interactives that provide a resource to all the archives are also very well accepted by the people, and there is more footfall here since the archives has opened up their museum. Astronomy, scientific instruments, such complex aspects to be displayed again require interactive and digital tools, as well as immersive experiences, including such depiction of historic paintings where you can see the royal king negotiating and discussing with the Jesuits and the priests to prepare the historical tables, mathematical tables of astronomy, which are showcased here. Interactive tactile models are also one kind of display that is very popular with the people or with the audience because it immediately connects, as well as linking or enlivening the historic spaces, specifically if a museum is in a heritage structure. Then rather than, what would have been just an empty space, which was the case in Fateh Prakash Museum in Chittor, and it was enlivened using authentic historic sources, such as an old photograph of the Darbar and using real mannequins to enliven the whole space. And this specifically, the curator of the museum informed us, has become like a popular spot because the locals immediately connect with it. It hardly had any footfall earlier, but now there is increasing footfall. Similarly, AR and VR, which has already been discussed several times, which, where the sculptures can talk and speak and, narrate stories about themselves. And even if we see, very strategically placed museums, which were collection space, had heavy footfall, and such as the City Palace Museum, Udaipur, which is also now into national and international exhibitions. The most recent one in November 2022, which will be hosted by Smithsonian on Udaipur, also looked at, like other museums, in expanding its social media, virtual tours, and has a virtual presence besides its very strong physical presence, which is what makes the museum run. Lastly, I would like to conclude with the project that we are working on for the Ministry of Culture, Museum of Words at the National Library, where we feel the challenge and the diversity of the audience across India, the visitors, the audience, because if we just look at the languages themselves, you have 22 official languages, more than 1,000 dialects. And this museum talks about the landscape of India, the language scape. It uses both interactives and digital media, as well as original artifacts, and moves from the rock art to the digital journey of languages across India. It's also to emphasize in my last slide that when we are dealing with engagement of audience, then we need to realize in India the diversity of our audience, because just connecting with them through various languages beyond the visual and the graphics also becomes essential in a museum. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to know about the new projects that you are handling now, especially the project which is coming up at the National Library in Kolkata. We look forward to seeing this happen in reality, and I hope we'll all enjoy interacting and being engaged when we go to the museum. I'll now request Mr. Tarun Thakrar. Wonderful to know about the transport museum that you have created. We'll be very keen to go and see that. And
Thank you so very much. Yeah.
The platform is yours. We'd like to hear from you.
All right. First of all, thank you, Shikha. It was great hearing you. And thank you to Ministry of Culture, Government of India for inviting me. I'm one of those few individuals out here who are not purely museum professional, and I have learned everything on the job. While I'll be talking about the various challenges and education and the audience engagement issues. I will be running parallelly a slideshow to give you an idea as to what Heritage Transport Museum is all about. So just bear with me while I share my screen. Is it being shared?
Not yet.
Yeah?
Yes.
All right. Hello? Yeah. So what was the vision behind creating India's first comprehensive transport museum? I'm a very fond lover of museums. And during my travels all over the world, museums especially interested me. I had a huge collection of various modes of transport, and I actually didn't know how to go about it or what to do with it. So in 2006, we decided, a couple of other friends, including myself, that let's try and create India's first comprehensive transport museum. And that purely is going to be visitor-centric, right from the design to the promotion. We decided it has to be a museum which inspires everybody. It should be a museum that people are wowed when they enter the museum, because there were very many challenges in creating museums in India. When we approached people that we want to create a museum, they said museums is not the job, creating museums is not the job of individuals. It's best that the government does it. And the reason for that was that the culture in India of going to museums had died down. Over a period of time, not many people were interested in going to museums. There were many reasons for it, and we'll come back to that later. So besides these challenges, our other biggest challenge was our location, which was away from the center of Delhi, almost 60 kilometers away. How would we attract visitors? How would we sustain, even if we build one? And how do we relate the fascinating story of transport to individuals, to our visitors? How would we do that? So with all those thought processes, we eventually came out with our dream project and created the Heritage Transport Museum, which was not only which has not only been a remarkable journey so far, it's been something which I'm very proud of, and I think every visitor who has come to the museum has been proud of that what a creation we have created. So our objective was to create a sensory experience. We wanted a theater-like concept where the objects are the actors, and any visitor who enters the museum feels that he's in a huge, large theater. And that's exactly what we've been able to achieve. We want the museum itself is spread on 4 floors with atrium spaces. So each and every object actually appears to be talking to the other object. So you have a palanquin somewhere talking to an automobile, which talks to an aircraft, which talks to a railway saloon, which talks to an old bus, which talks to Jugaad transport, the whole lot of gamut of various modes of transportation that have been used in India. We made sure that we had flexible displays so that we could change the objects frequently. And as a result, we created a wow factor for our visitors. The biggest strength of our museum has been that we've kept it as a business entity. We realize what our costs are going to be. We realize what we expect as revenues. And each and every associate of mine at the museum is a salesperson, whether he's a housekeeping person, whether he is a reception staff, whether he's a guide. We made them salespeople so that wherever they interact, with whosoever they interact, they bring in more business to the museum. We are not bound by the typical lengthy do's and don'ts of museums. You know, typical museums have these lengthy do's and don'ts. We are not bound by them. We've created our own rules. We've created non-traditional revenue sources for the museum, which include film, video shoots, advertising campaigns, conference dealer meets, corporate family day events, and social functions. We are so flexible that if tomorrow a motorcycle club decides to come into the museum, we actually open the museum earlier for them. We are not the 10 to 7 typical or a typical museum which says, no, we cannot open early, we cannot open it late. We are very adaptable to what our visitors require. Our biggest success, and I was surprised to hear that not many schools are visiting some of the museums. Our biggest success have been the schools. More than 40% of our revenues come from schools and school children. We have aligned our tours according to what the curriculum of the school is based on transportation. During the before the museum actually opened its doors to visitors, we had a couple of pre-opening events, inviting the principals of various schools, inviting tour operators, inviting the media, which actually gave us that initial impetus of a transport museum being created. We had exhausted all our funds, so we could not advertise, but we thought that this was the most important way of letting the world know that we have opened. Transport museums, by their nature, you can get connected to them emotionally very easily. My first car, my first scooter, looking at a steam engine, running at the museum, it's an experience which goes beyond any other museum, because once you get emotionally connected, you are bound to come back again and again, or you're going to go and tell others that please go and visit the museum. Our biggest success has been word of mouth publicity. Our growth has been 25% year on year on visitor footfalls, and I think that's unheard of anywhere, in India or even abroad. We've had repetitive school trips. We've introduced audio guides in year 2. We introduced VR experiences in year 4, and last year we included simulator rides for our visitors, which have further added on to whatever the basic objects are. We are constantly aligning ourselves to what the market is, and I think that's what hospitality has taught us. That's what we should all do as museums, and that's what I personally feel. The other thing is that I'm very personally involved over the weekends. I actually go and stand at the entrance of the museum, talk to every visitor who walks past the door, asking him, where has he come from, or what his experience has been at the museum, and taking their suggestions. It's very important to actually make the visitor feel extra important or a VIP by just doing these small odd things. Over the weekends, I hook my phone onto the museum board line so that I also attend calls. I get to know what the visitors are wanting, what do they keep asking, and how do you take care of their needs whether our automated response system is good, not good. We get all kinds of things of what we are not handling. So these things have made a big difference. What has been the outcome during the course of the last 8 years? The museum has definitely been recognized world over and people, it's in the bucket list or in the itinerary of individuals who visit Delhi. It's become a case study. The museum has become a case study in various educational institutions, including architecture, design, museum institutes, as to how we have created the museum and how we are managing the museum. There is no rocket science involved in managing a museum. It's basically a service-oriented industry, and which we all need to realize, and which is what we've been successful at. And the last point, before I have a wish list for the Culture Ministry, is we are one of the few museums in the world which actually makes operational profits. We've been consistently doing that starting the 3rd year onwards. And I think, and this is without receiving any donations or without receiving any grants on a regular basis. The only time we had received the grant was when we were building the museum, when we received through the Ministry of Culture, Government of India, 6 crores of rupees to offset the cost of almost 15 crores of rupees, which we were going to spend at the museum. Now, just to come back to my wish list, why doesn't Tourism and Culture Ministries jointly come up with a museum promotion program? We've never had a museum culture minister, tourism minister. They are at the same helm of affairs. They should jointly come out with a promotional plan for both domestic and foreign tourists that will actually help driving in more business to the museums. Preserving our industrial heritage is as important as preserving our monuments or preserving art or preserving other related memorabilia. The government should look at, all kinds of industrial heritage museums, which include railway museums, which include post and telegraph museums, which include any other museum that will be coming up to preserve the industrial heritage of the country. Allow an opportunity to private entities to manage museums, which are today suffering, on various accounts. In the hospitality industry, we have hotel management companies. Why don't we have a museum management company, or why not have a PPP model and give an opportunity to private enterprises to operate the museums which are not doing well? Let's look at just those museums initially and how they can bring in a change in those museums. Include museums, especially in the CSR scheme of things with the ministry. Museums itself, so that they can receive regular funding from various corporate houses. It's just that the museum word has to be added in the CSR policy of the Government of India. And finally, have a rating scheme for the museums, which will actually, in the hospitality industry, you have star rating category. In the museums, there could be some graded form of rating, which will actually make it very clear to the visitors also when they experience a museum as to what level the museum is. That will actually play a very important role, because you have to look after visitor expectations. Every visitor has an expectation when they come to a museum, whether it can actually help, by saying, okay, this is a graded A category or graded B category museum or graded C category, primarily going through the various, the size, the objects, the ratings the grading can happen like we have in the hospitality industry. Thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity, and thanks.
Thanks a lot, Tarun. It was wonderful hearing this story of developing something and remaining sustaining over the years. I think that's a challenge many of us face, and what you have been able to achieve is something which many of us can adopt in all our museums across the country. And I'll be very happy to interact more with you, but there are some questions I would like to ask the panelists. One, we have been talking of a lot of digital technologies in our museums. And I think this is the new trend that we have in most of the places where we are introducing a lot of digital technologies. I being a person also from an engineering background, we are also fascinated to use technologies. But as panelists, I would like to ask you whether the use of digital technologies in museum galleries will hamper the role of education, because this is what one part of the main session is on education, though it will be definitely engage the visitors, but whether digital technologies will enhance the educational outcome for the visitor, or whether it will act as a, I would say, some form of a barrier. Yeah, please.
Shika, go ahead.
Sir, okay. Yeah, I mean, I would just like to say that digital is an important tool, but it is really a tool. And while using a tool, we need to be very selective on, how we are using the tool and where we are going to enhance collections. Digital is important to narrate curatorial stories. Not only that, even to document and conserve the collections. But balancing the physical versus digital is very critical because, for the younger generation, I think they are really, they are very keen on digital. They immediately connect and they are using that. So we need to definitely use it, but we need to ensure that what is being communicated by the digital is also balanced by a physical experience so that they don't lose on that. It also should not compromise the significance of a collection, of any collection, So I would just say that every museum, is unique, and the physical vis-a-vis digital balance needs to be designed specifically in each case, looking at what is the message and the media that we are using to communicate. And I think it would be beneficial for education, but it needs to be done in a controlled and judicious manner.
Thank you. Shika, I would like to also hear from Tarunji.
Yeah, exactly what Shika just mentioned. See, the thing is, we've experienced this when we have, especially the younger generation, for example, the schools visiting the museum. We do have VR experiences. We do have other, automated guide systems, which are digital. But the smile that you see on the face of that youngster is when he sees that real object and interprets it in his own way. For him, that's the story he's taking back. And that's the inspiration he's got out of looking at that object, which he has so keenly observed. We don't know what this younger generation is going to become tomorrow. Some may become NASA scientists, some may become, pilots, or, some may have their own, businesses. At the end of the day, the museum's role as educators is to inspire that young mind or that individual. And you have to do it judiciously with, physical objects and digital, both. You can't remove both of them. You have to, it's a nice marriage that you need to have between the two.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, this is very important because, unless if there's too much of technology, there's a fear of what you call as the fatigue, because of too much of technology, we create this digital fatigue. So a balance of this will definitely be very helpful, both to supplement our objects as well as to have information, layered information, as we say.
Arjit, you have maybe 3 to 5 minutes for one last question to just wind up. So,
okay. Now, since we are into in this space, and especially what I would like to also say that the National Educational Policy 2020, which has been launched, I think unlike all the previous education policies, this is the first policy document to clearly verbalize the importance of interaction between education and crafts. So museum has a very important role to play in the new educational policy. And I would like to know how we can take advantage of this new educational policy and ensure that museums merge and fulfill the requirements of the gaps which is there in the existing educational system. I would like to start with Mr. Tarun Thakral, please.
You know, as one of the speakers in one of the earlier sessions had mentioned, India, unfortunately, as of now, has zero subject or zero knowledge about museums when children are learning about it. They come to museums in organized school trips because the school is interested in allowing them to learn outside the school's environment. Many a times we have spoken to the schools, we've developed some programs for schools, and we've sent our team members to the schools to talk about transportation. Similarly, I think that every museum, basically in the education policy, there has to be the importance of museums and why, we should appreciate museums and why we should visit the museums. It's for our own learning, which is not there. As parents, we try and teach our children that, but that's more on an individual level. In the education policy, there has to be and surely include museums as a source of, preserving heritage culture of our country, which I think is going to be very important.
Thank you so much. Shikha, you would like to add something? I think you are muted.
Yeah, I would just like to add that the National Education Policy 2020 is really, a benchmark policy. It actually includes the term museums, which Mr. Thakral was saying, needs to be added. So and there is a huge potential what schools and colleges can do along with museums with that, There have been schools who have contacted me saying, they want to adopt a museum or they want to start a museum within the school, about the school. So I think there is a huge potential besides the museum training programs that can be conducted in various universities, which were already covered in some of the keynote speakers. So I think since we are short of time, I won't say much, but I feel there is a huge potential there and there can be several training programs and associations that can be generated between schools, universities, and museums across India.
So, Vinodji, do you have time or it's time to wind up? I think we are running slightly behind schedule.
Yes, yeah, I think it's time to wind up if that's okay. So, thank you very much. Both the panelists and Arijit, thank you so much. And we apologize for running a bit late. So we'll now move on to the Joint Secretary now for her to give the vote of thanks. But before she starts, I just want to thank everyone for, really enriching us with a wide experience from the museum work. I think this particular conference, this particular summit would be a landmark in terms of, the future of museums in India. So thank you very much. I'll just pass it on to the Joint Secretary, Ms. Lily Pandya.
Thank you, Vinod. And now the time comes to draw the curtain on the exhilarating, enriching, stimulating, and intense iterations and ideations on the aspects of architecture and functional needs, management, conservation and curation practices, education and audience engagements, as we reimagined the museums in India with some of the finest people and the brightest minds from closer home and around the world. It is time to acknowledge and thank the invaluable contributions of those who made it possible. I have a long list of people to thank, and I'm so happy to be getting this opportunity of doing so. May I begin by thanking the Honorable Minister for Culture, Tourism and Development of Northeastern Region, Mr. G. Kishan Reddy, who not only gave us his precious time, but has always been extremely encouraging whenever, and especially for this venture, when we went to him and asked him to come for our inauguration and declare the summit open. I am deeply, deeply grateful to our Ministers of State, Meenakshi Lekhi ma'am, as well as Arjun Ram Meghwal sir, who flagged off this summit by giving the first bites that we tweeted as we reached out to the community of museum professionals around the world to come and join in our summit. I am extremely honored to thank our Secretary Culture, Mr. Govind Mohan, who gave the plenary address today. And as I said when I introduced him, he was actually the motive force behind this summit. How can I ever thank Mr. Michael Bloomberg for sending that short and sweet message? But through the message, he cemented this partnership that we hope to carry forward through many more ventures in future. To Team Bloomberg, a big shout out to Nitin, Gemma, Vandana, Divya, and all the others who cooperated with us and who were with us during the last 3 weeks as we tried to put things together for this summit. Our extremely knowledgeable and extremely gracious summit coordinator, Vinod Daniel. Vinod, please take a bow. You have done many summits, many conferences, and you have moderated, I don't know how many symposia and roundtables and so on and forth. But trust me, this was one of your finest, and I'm sure you agree when I say that. We are deeply grateful to you. A big shout out to CAB, our event partners. Take a bow, guys. Gopi, Deepak, Bashir, Susan, and the team. You guys are absolutely the best. Most professional, most dedicated team. And I so look forward to many more events in future with you. Dr. Nagendra Reddy of Salarjung Museum. Thank you, sir, for hosting us. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to be in Hyderabad. Thank you for showing us Salarjung Museum, for inspiring us to come to Hyderabad to host this summit. To PIB and media, who sustained our social media outreach and also gave us a very good coverage in the print and electronic media. Nanu Bhasin, Shruti Patil, and friends from print and electronic media who carried articles about us and who gave us a lot of media space. Thank you so much. People who tuned in from over 70 countries. This was one of the richest audience experiences, I'm sure. And thank you so much for becoming a part of our journey. To our own media and social media team, Aman, Dharmendra, Chitrangada, Jaskaran, I could never thank you enough for sustaining the momentum for our summit in a way that people just kept joining in, for keeping the momentum alive, for raising the excitement about this summit. My entire team, those of you who came here and those of you who are in Delhi, I hope I don't miss out any name. Arun, Mandal, Vishal, Puneet, Bhisht, Shilpa, Ankur, Rohit, Renu, Chauhan, Vishesh, Ronak, Karthik, Ajay. Well, it takes a village. And thank you so much for being a part of the preparations for the summit. My very trusted and an extremely able Lieutenant, Ramneek. Abhishek, we did it. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining in. And as we move on to new adventures now, and before we meet again, here is a little prayer that I have for you. Well, I borrow this from the Irish. May the road rise up to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face, the rains fall softly upon your fields, and till we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hands. So, thank you, speakers. Thank you, audiences. Thank you, team. And till we meet again, take care and good luck.